everyone. Welcome along. Thank you for making it in so promptly. Welcome to the Greenhouse Demo Day. I'm really pleased to be back with you. To be a host this afternoon for what promises to be a really exciting event ahead. I've had a little peek at the pictures that you'll be hearing this afternoon, and they are fantastic. You'll be pleased to hear. So this is the third time we're coming together to celebrate the achievements of the greenhouse startups. And before we kick off, and there is much to come, let me just give you a brief background and outline what's ahead. So in January 2021, the Greenhouse Accelerator was launched as part of the new Centre for Climate Change Innovation, and since then, 60 teams have participated in the 12-month programme of support, and the startups that you'll be hearing from today joined the programme in January, forming the third intake. Now, this year is also, you'll be very pleased to hear, the 10-year anniversary of the original Accelerator programme run by this team. On to today's event, and this afternoon will be split into 3 separate sessions. Guest speakers will be starting each session, followed by 4 to 5 startup pitches, and your participation, as ever, is very welcome. We ask that at the end of each pitch, you take your mobile phone out, keep it to hand so that you can get involved with voting. But please, just a reminder, if you haven't already, to switch your phone to silent to avoid disruption, please. We aim to wrap up by around 5 o'clock this afternoon, and we'll invite you to networking drinks at the end, just outside. Each startup has a designated standing table outside, so you will be able to find them to find out more about any of the pitches you've heard. And also, if you have any problems or questions, please just have a word with the CCCI team, who will be milling around. And if you ask anyone, they'll point you in their direction. Just a final few housekeeping points. There are no planned fire alarms this afternoon, so if you hear it go off, afraid to say it's the real thing. Fire evacuation points clearly marked throughout the building, and fire wardens among the RI staff who will support us all in the event of an evacuation. Fingers crossed that doesn't happen, but we just ask, if it does, that you, of course, make your way quickly and safely out of the building, and you'll find fire wardens who will be advising and directing us all to the gathering points, which are located on Grafton Street. So fingers crossed it doesn't happen, but if it does, please bear that in mind. If you haven't already visited the loo and you need to, it's on the ground floor of this building at the bottom of the stairs. You'll see it signed. And just a final point to make, a really exciting final point. The name tags that you were given on entry are actually all plantable with lavender seeds. So, I know, isn't that impressive? And when you leave, the lanyard is not, so please leave the lanyard behind. But the name tag you can take with you and plant, and I'm told from February onwards apparently is the best time to plant lavender. So, with all of that information out of the way, really pleased to introduce your first speaker, a woman who until recently was the Director of Policy and Translation at the Grantham Institute, which involved connecting the research from across the university with policymakers and businesses. She also chaired the COP26 Universities Network and now the UK Universities Climate Network, and has worked on a range of environmental and climate change issues across the globe. Please put your hands together to welcome the Director of Innovation at the Grantham Institute for Climate Change and the Environment, and the Director of Undaunted, Elisa Gilbert.
Hi, welcome. Welcome to you all. Thank you for joining us today at the third pitching event, Demo Day, for the Greenhouse. It's such a pleasure to see so many familiar faces, as usual, who have come to join us on all 3 of those occasions, but also to welcome any of you for whom this is the first time that you're here. It's nice to be here on behalf of the team, so I'm on the stage, but hopefully you'll see in a second behind me all of the people who helped make this happen. You won't necessarily see them all right now in the auditorium because they're hidden behind screens making things happen. So thank you to them all. And it's a great pleasure that, as well as hearing the fantastic startups join us today, we've got a great lineup of speakers. We've got the Deputy Mayor of London, Shirley Rodriguez, and the CEO of HSBC UK, Ian Stewart, joining us shortly on stage, as well as Catherine, the Director of the RI, which is fantastic. And later on, you'll hear from Professor Mary Ryan from Imperial as well. So a really strong commitment by all of these people from the public and private and academic sector to the activities we're carrying out here at Undaunted. So I just wanted to tell you a little bit about what we do here, as well as the Greenhouse. So the Greenhouse is at the heart of our activities here at the Centre for Climate Change Innovation. But around that, our goal isn't just to create and support startups. We want to make sure that they're successful and scale up That means they can produce commercial success, but also the impact at scale that we really need. So as well as our accelerator program, we offer support on policy change, trying to make sure that the policies are there to help those innovators succeed. We offer support in networking, and this is a great place to come and hold events. If you're part of the climate ecosystem, get in touch with us, and we want to have your events here with us. We have connections with corporates. We have a corporate membership scheme, and some of those people are in the audience. We're asking them to bring us their climate problems. I mean, the climate problem is big enough, but they're specific climate problems. And we're hoping to use innovation to help tackle those. And on top of that, and we would do this because we are partly in partnership with Imperial College, we do training and education. And we've got an online climate innovation course. Any of you and your friends can join, and you might be our next startup. Tempted to do that. And we're also planning to kick off a new master's program on climate innovation. These are all part of what we do here at the Center for Climate Change Innovation. Now, you might be thinking, she keeps saying the Center for Climate Change Innovation, but behind her is a sign that says Undaunted. What's going on? Well as this being our demo day, it's actually the launch of our new branding. And so I'm going to just leave that there, because one of my colleagues and our great friend and advisor, James Cameron, will later be explaining the ethos behind the branding. So hold that there, this question, what does that mean? What are we talking about? And then just to bring it back, as I said, Undaunted, this is our Center for Tackling Climate Change with Innovation. At the heart of it is the Greenhouse Program, and you're going to hear from all of those great startups today, with thanks to our supporters for the Greenhouse Program, which you can see behind us. So without further ado, I'm going to hand on to the Deputy Mayor, Shirley Rodriguez, who's going to tell us a little bit about why this matters to the Greater London Authority.
Thanks, Alyssa. I've got a mic. Thank you for that really kind introduction, Alyssa. And it's really great to be here today and really help launch the rebranding of this great building and talk a little bit about why it's so important to London. The last time we came together was actually the official launch of the Centre for Climate Change Innovation, the 3CI, but now, thank God, we can call it Undaunted. Although that was a remote event in lockdown. So, actually you can't beat being here with people, how we make connections and foster new ideas. And I think that's really the heart of the ethos of this centre. And of course, it's a real pleasure to be in a place where John Tyndall first demonstrated the existence of greenhouse gases following his research in the 1850s that really established those gases as a key driver of climate change. And of course, to stand in the very same theatre where Faraday, Davy, Curie, and Tesla, some of the world's leading scientists, engaged with the public. And I'm here to reiterate London's commitment and leadership to tackling the world's greatest challenge, climate change. And I'm really excited to be here with you, entrepreneurs and academics, who are making the next technological discovery to help combat climate change, both helping reduce the emissions, but also helping tackle the impacts that we're already seeing, and not just around the world, but here in London too. And we have already some great alumni that you no doubt heard about, like Nopla, who are an alumnus of this accelerator at Imperial College, and also a very recent Earthshot Prize winner awarded by Prince William on Sunday. But another example of London's innovation and entrepreneurship. And why Sadiq thinks this matters, we often talk about city-level action. Without that city-level action, nation-states cannot meet their targets. And we do it because, not just to reduce emissions, but because in doing so, we develop products and services and policies that help people live better lives, more sustainable lives, and deal with, all their desires. So this is why this centre might feel a bit esoteric, a bit academic, but it's really about how do we help people. And Sadiq has decided that, because of the science, we've had to bring our target forward in terms of making London a net zero carbon city to 2030. But he wants to do that in a way that challenges people. We know it's going to be difficult to do, but with help, the help of organisations and institutions like Undaunted, we're clear that London's recovery from the pandemic and in tackling climate change will lead to a cleaner, more fairer and more equal city. And in doing so, we're going to be tackling the ecological emergencies. We have COP15 going on in Montreal at the moment, and create good quality jobs. And that green recovery will not only drive a fairer London, but it will help us strengthen our economy and jobs. London's low carbon and environmental goods services sector is already worth around £40 billion worth in sales and employs about 250,000 people. And that generates more in sales in London's economy than the sales in the construction and manufacturing sectors combined. So I don't think people realise how big that sector is. And it's one that we have got a commitment, a collective target from London's institutions to double that number of people in the economy. So we want to put environment at the heart of London's recovery because we see that as an opportunity to address the economic challenge that was presented by COVID-19, but of course now that we have the energy crisis because of the war in Ukraine. So how do we use that to challenge ourselves to do things differently and bring new investment into London, create the entrepreneurs and the businesses that we need in London to promote that long-term good growth and provide those decent and skilled local jobs? And in doing so, we will also protect the health of Londoners and tackle social justice as well. You'll have all seen Antonio Guterres, the UN Secretary-General, talk at COP27 how our planet is fast approaching tipping points that will make climate chaos irreversible. He said we're on a highway to climate hell with our foot on the accelerator. And in the current and economic crisis and cost of living crisis, the issue isn't now about climate deniers, it's about climate delayers. And we'll have seen the indefensible decision that the government made to reopen a coal mine, the first one after 30 years, yesterday. And this is why we need you to help show that we don't need those coal mines reopened. We have the new generation of services and products that will help London and the world tackle climate change. We've worked out what we need to do in London, and it's a huge challenge. We have to reduce our total heat demand in our buildings by 40%. We've got to retrofit 200,000 homes a year, install 2.2 million heat pumps. These are huge numbers, and we really don't have the ecosystem or the supply chain yet to do that. But we are seeing more and more services and products coming into play that will help us. And one of the key things we have to do is reduce the car kilometres driven in London as well, 27%. So that's a huge change as well. So we need to make that transition faster. We have some things in play at the GLA. The Mayor's Green New Deal Fund has helped invest £10 million in programmes to support the creation and the existence of 1,000 green jobs. We're supporting a range of products to help decarbonise our environment and providing business support, for example, to the clean tech and circular economy businesses. We have a number of retrofit programmes, nowhere near enough to deal with that challenge, but we've managed to secure some government funding, which we're using to improve our homes and buildings, and creating new innovations in how we tackle that with our local authorities and businesses who work on this. And that's helping to retrofit hundreds of public sector buildings and saving hundreds of thousands of tonnes of carbon. We have our adult education budget to support Londoners into good work, helping them with very specific training on green skills, like installing heat pumps and electric vehicle charging points. We have a Green Academy that was helping people understand what the new challenges are as well. And 2 weeks ago, the Mayor announced the expansion of the ultra-low emission zone, and with that, a plan for a scrappage scheme as well. The reason I raise this is because it's a hugely groundbreaking innovation when we first introduced it in central London and then expanded it. So it's going to be the biggest in the world. It already sort of is at the moment, but it is absolutely critical to driving that car reduction that we need. And I wanted to use it as an illustration as well, because of that regulation has helped drive the creation of a new zero emission capable taxi, the ones that you've seen driving around, the 6-seaters, electric vehicle, really quiet, with a clear roof. Drivers love it because they're no longer breathing in diesel fumes. Passengers will often skip over one of the old dirty taxis to get into a Zekada taxi rank. And why it's important is, having invested in the regulation to drive that creation of that taxi, it's now led to over 5,000 of them on the road in London, and it's created an industry up in Coventry in Anstey, which has employing lots of people up there. They've created a new line for a zero-emission van line as well, and they're exporting. So I just wanted to stress the importance of regulation, but how that drives innovation and then creates good jobs, not necessarily in London, but elsewhere as well. So that's a huge challenge for us. We know the money that we need to do this, 75 billion we've estimated to invest in our infrastructure and buildings to become decarbonised. And that's not just going to be down to us, individuals or government. It's going to need private sector investment as well as public sector investment. And we don't have all the answers. So Undaunted is absolutely critical to this, and so are you. And I just wanted to emphasise our commitment to Undaunted in that I'm really excited to announce today a 4.35 million grant to the RI for the refurbishment of the Royal Institution building that houses Undaunted, so that we can act as a hub for clean tech activity across London. And this is going to change the face of the RI, well, not completely the face of it, but it's going to provide an exemplar of how to retrofit a listed and iconic building, you know, with new heating systems and windows and so on, and saving embodied carbon as well. This is what we need to be doing and showing, not just in London and the UK, but around the world. And we do this because we want the centre to bring together businesses, entrepreneurs, policymakers, academics, and the public, and be inspired by the building itself, and create that focus for London-based innovators to implement that global change through pioneering practical solutions and therefore accelerating our actions on climate change. And just to finish, one of the things that Sadiq and I are really keen on is that the centre, the Undaunted Centre, really represents London's diversity, both on a gender and ethnic basis. So, you know, we've been working with colleagues on the London Sustainable Development Commission on a Women in Clean Tech programme, and that's going really well. We want to see more women, more black people, Asian people, minority ethnic people becoming entrepreneurs and really driving, reflecting London's diversity. So just to conclude, really congratulations to Undaunted. Looking forward to seeing the story of the branding. And I can't stay for all of the pitches, but I'm going to be popping in and out because I've got to do some other meetings. But I'm really excited to hear some of your ideas as well, and I'll be following your progress. So good luck in your pitches later, and thank you very much. And I'm now going to hand over to HSB Chief Executive Ian Stewart.
Shirley, thank you very much. I thought you would have got a huge round of applause for the 4.35 million grant, but people are clearly sitting their hands. Thank you. So first of all, can I just add my welcome? This is my first ever visit to the Royal Institute, so I feel a little bit intimidated thinking about all the great Scottish scientists that have stood here before me. I've got half of it, I'm Scottish, okay, but I can't do the scientist piece. But this is such an amazing place to be. It's actually quite intimidating as well, so if I slip up at any point, apologies in advance. I'm going to start today by just giving a little bit of personal history. So my children, of which I've got 4, put me under a lot of pressure on different things. They say things like, you're in a privileged position, get on with it, stop complaining, get on with it, as children do and should. And some years ago, I belong a tiny little village called Dunkeld in Perthshire. It's in the Highlands of Scotland. And when we were children, if you ever got a bike for your Christmas, it was the nightmare present. It genuinely was, because you probably didn't get on it for 3 months, because the snow was so bad for about a 3-month period. And my mother is still alive, she's in her 80s now, and they never get snow in that village. So when the doubters are there saying, oh, there's not really a climate crisis, let me tell you firsthand, there is definitely a climate crisis. And so that, on top of my children saying, you're in a privileged position, sort of brings me here today. So I think we've got a lot to do, and it's exciting to be here, see all the innovation. But let me tell you what we're doing as a bank. So first of all, about 2.5 years ago, we put out a statement that said we would commit $1 trillion of investment by 2030. And I got quite a little bit of abuse because people thought we were just throwing out a big number. We didn't just throw out the big number, we really, really thought about that number. And as at today, we're about 126 billion, and it's marginally behind where we need to be. Now, it will have a bit of a J-curve, so it'll go out a little bit, but at the moment, we're pushing ahead, and we've got a lot to do. It's easy dealing with large corporates. They've got teams and teams of people looking at this. Sector's slightly more difficult. So if you're in the oil and gas sector, all these different things, slightly more difficult. But big corporates generally have teams of people. We in the UK, just the HSBC in the UK, bank 800,000 small businesses. It's those businesses that need help. And our job is to help with the transition. You can throw out all the big numbers all you like, but our job is to get 1, 2, 3, 4 small employee businesses and give them the tools to transition. So we just launched an app. We did a bit of work with a Dutch company who developed this very simple app that we can give to small businesses, key in some key details, not a lot of details, just some basic details, and it will give you the carbon footprint, roughly, of that business. Now, people say, well, that's not very exciting. It's not, but it's a start. It allows a business to go, oh, gosh, I didn't realize that my carbon footprint was that high. Go and speak to a taxi company that's got 10 cabs. It makes a big impact. Our job is to help nudge and cajole people to the right place. And I don't mind telling you, at some point, and it's always a point in the transition, there'll be a crunch point where we'll say, I'm sorry, we can no longer bank you. And we're starting to have some of those conversations with people today, and it's not easy. Either get the transition plans in place, get your board behind it, move on, or else we can't bank you. It's very, very simple. So there's a ton going on in HSBC. We are very proud of what we're doing. We're very proud to be associated with you. But the task today is you've got to give us some amazing things so that we can take it back and give it to our customers, because that will speed up the transition. So hopefully, we will keep funding the businesses, and encourage you, give you some mentors, give you the tools to run a business. Because usually, when businesses fail, it's not because there's a bad product involved. It usually comes down to poor management, and when I say poor, lack of business skills, and then fundamentally lack of cash. So I'm speaking to a very large food producer at the moment, really large food producer, who I think will go bust by about June next year, because they will not pass on their energy costs to the end user. And I keep saying to this customer, I said, so you will go bust rather than pass the price on? He's going, well, I'll lose the customer. I said, you're going to lose your business. You know, sometimes you've got to make really difficult decisions. So our job is to try and help you, take you out where you are today, accelerate your plans, get the funding behind it, take those and help our customers. And that's what we're about. I wish you every success today. I hope you have a great day. I hope you have a lot of fun doing it as well. Thanks for inviting us in. I feel very privileged to be here, and I wish you all the very best today. Thank you very much. Was I introducing you?
I can.
Sorry.
Hello, everyone. Lovely to see you all. I'm Catherine. I'm Director of the Royal Institution. And so I think it's my job to officially welcome you here to the Royal Institution. Those of you who've been many times before and are regular parts of the RI family, and those for whom it's your first visit, you're all extremely welcome. And as our other speakers have said, it's clear that climate change is the greatest challenge of our age. And it's vital that we tackle not only the causes, but also that we mitigate and adapt for the damage that has already been done. And that need is urgent. It's also really important to remember that it's not too late to take action. And that, of course, is why Undaunted is so important. Because science holds the answers to tackling the climate crisis. And as the Deputy Mayor said, it's very apt that Undaunted is based here, where John Tyndall worked on identifying what we know today as greenhouse gases in 1859. And he revealed his discoveries right here in this theatre where you are sitting now. And if you get the chance in between pitches to nip outside for coffee, nip downstairs and you can see the actual equipment that Tyndall used when he was working on his discoveries. But the kind of science we need now is not lone genius or somebody working in a single discipline. It is a collaborative science. Teams of people working across disciplines from different cities, different countries, right across the globe. And the public is a very critical partner in tackling climate change. And that's another reason why I feel it's very apt that Undaunted is based here at the Royal Institution. We have had a commitment to engaging public audiences for over 200 years. In this theatre, we host world-leading scientists who engage with public audiences 2 or 3 times a week, most weeks of the year. In fact, about 3 minutes after you leave tonight, we're going to be setting up to film the famous Christmas lectures. So don't feel you have to rush out the building, but there'll be some people waiting to rush in and get set up for that. We also have a schools outreach programme which works right across the UK and internationally, engaging with thousands of school children every year. And we have a YouTube channel as has over 1.3 million subscribers from right across the world. So the public are really keen to be involved in these conversations about science. And for us, Undaunted unites our heritage, our expertise in science communication, and also our ultimate charitable purpose, which is to apply science to the common purposes of life. And I think the climate crisis is the most pressing common purpose most of us will ever face. So we are extremely grateful to HSBC for their support for Undaunted as one of the founding members. And we are extremely grateful to the Deputy Mayor and her team for the new funding that she has announced this afternoon. This will be a game changer for Undaunted. We have been making progress on reducing our own carbon footprint of the activities here in the building and elsewhere. But the new funding will enable a step change in altering the building to enable drastic reductions in future. The GLA's generous contribution will set us firmly on the road to a significant impact in this area. And what a wonderful exemplar for buildings across London and the world as we show what can be done with, in our case, a 300-odd-year-old Grade 1 listed building. So we're very grateful for your support, thank you. We're really looking forward to the potential for Undaunted to make a difference. And starting here in the theatre this afternoon, where I think we are shortly going to hear from some people who have the ideas about exactly how to make that difference. Thank you very much.
Many thanks to all our speakers this afternoon, and a special thanks to Shirley Rodriguez, who, as mentioned, has to make a fairly sharp exit in and out this afternoon. She has other engagements, so thank you very much indeed for joining us. It is now almost time to hear from the first group of climate innovators. Let me just give you a very brief outline of what we'd like you to do as you're listening. So each team will deliver a short pitch outlining their innovation, and along with that, how you might be able to support them today, and that will be followed by a short Q&A. And we are inviting you to get involved with that Q&A, to submit questions to the team, and we'll be doing that using Mentimeter, which you can see on the screen here. You can either use the QR code or Mentimeter, menti.com, sorry, MENTI.com, and you can access that via your phone using the code on the screen, 21375366. That's 21375366. I promise it's much easier than I've just made it sound. Wi-Fi details also on the screen if you need some help with internet. So after hearing each of the sections, we'd also like you to submit a score via Menti for each team on the following key areas. They are commercial potential, climate impact of the innovation, and quality of the pitch. And we'll close the event by awarding the top 3 highest scoring teams. So let me start with the first section this afternoon, entitled Building a Circular Future. And please welcome Phil and Nick from Ferris with their zero waste app for giving and getting once loved items for free.
86% of us are concerned about our financials today. Yet 350,000 tons of useful clothing goes to landfill every year in the UK. That makes no sense, and that's why Ferris is here. Ferris is the zero waste app for giving and getting stuff for free. We exist to make the circular economy fun and rewarding, and that's what makes us different. We've had a super exciting few months. It took us a year to get from 0 to 1,500 registered users. It's taken us just 6 months to climb from 1,500 to over 17,000 registered users. And those users have given away over 3,000 items, including clothing, furniture, electronics, and even a caravan. And it's not just about quality. Our community inspires, motivates, and supports itself. We've had some wonderful messages coming through, including this reconstruction up here. And we've got some really, really exciting time coming up. We've recently gone into early revenue generation, including working with a leading ad partner. That's led to 2 pilot campaigns being launched for Ferris, including one being Holland & Barrett. We've got over £100,000 in the pipeline for H1, which we're super excited about. Finally, we've got some really exciting partnerships coming up with local authorities, including being a key partner for one of London's first ultra-low waste zones.
Ferris was started by two best mates who grew up in farms in England and Ireland. So because of that, we grew up knowing the importance of sustainability and community. We actually both wrote dissertations on that topic. It was this that drove us to create Ferris, because we knew there was an easier way for people to declutter and to save items from landfill. Our expertise, we are both marketeers and commercial experts. We spent the last 20 years in brands including Sky, BT, Vodafone, Cadbury, and many more, as well as previous startups. In terms of our business model, as we mentioned, we kicked off with advertising. We've done that for a very specific reason. We want Ferris to be free for those that need it now and forever. However, in the future, for those that want the best possible experience, we're launching some really exciting features. The first one is a waste collection service. So think about it. You've got a sofa you want to get rid of. You put it on Ferris, but for some reason it doesn't go. It could have a few holes in it. It could be a really bad shade of yellow, speaking from experience. And what they'll do is pay for us to collect that, and we'll then put that back into the circular economy by upcycling and various other tools. In terms of our ask for today, we're looking to talk to investors with our next round we just recently kicked off, which is a £300,000 round. This will allow us to do three big things. First one is to scale even more rapidly than we have been already, getting to over 70,000 registered users by the end of next year. Second is we've got, as I mentioned, some really exciting technologies planned, so I can't wait to launch those. And thirdly, we want to grow our team. So we want to bring in a few different experts, particularly from the technology reason, to allow us to rapidly scale even quicker than we already are. So together, I know we can save millions of items from landfill. We can help our neighbours who may be struggling financially, and we can truly make the circular economy fun and rewarding. Thank you.
Never easy being the first to go up, so very well done to you both. We are now going to take some questions, and just a reminder, you can do this via the menti.com app. And we'll kick off with one about new app features that you have planned over the next 12 months, which could potentially give you a more competitive advantage. Tell us about that.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, there's two already that we're really excited about, but two more I wanted to mention is the first one is gamification. So coming from digital businesses like Sky, coming from a psychology background myself, we know the importance of behavioral economics and using kind of gaming features to change and act as a catalyst for people to do different things. So in our case, giving and getting for free. So we're launching that with some really kind of cool elements, which will make it even better to use the app. And the second is we're building a carbon calculator, which is going to be the most sophisticated in our industry. So looking at kind of new tools, new partnerships, and using that to create this amazing database, which I think is going to be really exciting.
Another question has come in asking how this is different from the likes of Olio, FreeCycle, and Gumtree.
Well, there's some fantastic circular economy apps up there as well. The key thing that I pressed on at the start is that we want to make the circular economy fun and rewarding. And building on Nick's point around gamification, that's going to be absolutely key there. And that's where we can build a moat around Ferris, is by bringing in unique partnerships, unique deals with responsible brands that want to make a difference and incentivizing our users to drive. We know that's going to be a real challenge, and we know we'll have to continue to innovate, but we're ready for that.
We've had a question in about how you built the community. How did you do that?
A bit of a cocktail of a few things, really. I think the first thing was that we were shocked at how quickly we could stand up a community. I mean, and literally, it was within weeks of setting up the app, we had people getting and giving, importantly. And that was the really uplifting part of it, was how quickly people wanted to give away stuff and see it go to a new home. And that's when we had lovely messages like that on the other side, where people were grateful to be giving items away, and they found the uplifting side of it. And that's where we've seen people come back time and time and time again to give away on Ferris.
A question about the challenges and opportunities you've faced. What are the biggest challenges and opportunities so far?
I think in terms of challenges, I kind of hinted at it before, but it's getting people to change their everyday behavior. We've all got so much stuff lying around in our cupboards, at home, everywhere. It's actually getting people to upload it on Ferris or bring it to a charity shop. It's really kind of inciting that catalyst and working out the best way to do that, because together even kind of small changes will add up to something huge if we're all kind of working together in the circular economy.
A question on growth. What's your growth plan for the next 3 to 5 years?
Next 3 to 5 years. So I suppose starting with the next 12 months, we want to get to 70,000 registered users in the next 12 months. We want to get to over 500,000 registered users in the next 3 years, and then to tip that million user mark by year 5. And that's also then going to, along with that, because it's an ad and brand partnership model, that will tip up to we're looking at around the £10 million revenue mark by year 5.
I think that brings us to the end of questions for now, but thank you very much to you both. Well done.
Thank you.
So a slight pause before our next pitch to allow for a prop, I believe, to be brought to stage. Just bear with us just a moment as that's done. And many thanks again for getting those questions in on menti.com. Please do the same throughout all of the pitches to come. And voila, the prop is here. Brilliant. Okay, please welcome Emily and Alice, the founders of Sages, who are making natural dyes from food waste.
Think about the clothing you chose to wear today. What colour is it? Is it green? Is it blue? Is it black, perhaps? As much as we love these colours, the dyes used to create them are polluting the waterways of the world. Synthetic dyes are toxic, they are carcinogenic, and they are responsible for 80% of the emissions caused by the fashion industry. Natural dyes, by contrast, come with none of the harms of synthetic dyes and have been used for centuries. However, they lack longevity and vibrancy. We are Sages, and we have the solutions to these problems. We make vibrant textile dyes from food waste. Not only are these natural, but they don't require farmland to grow the raw materials needed, meaning that we are able to offer a circular solution. We make our dyes using pigment extracted from a wide variety of food waste, including red onion skins, red cabbage, and radishes. We have a combined 15 years experience working in the fashion industry, which means we understand what brands are looking for when adopting a new technology. This is why we are developing our dyes to be circular, vibrant, and long-lasting.
So you've heard about the vision. I'm going to tell you a little bit about our progress. So, we've successfully extracted natural dyes from renewable sources. As you can see, our dyes are bold and vibrant, and we know they're attractive to the industry, as we already have a wide range of interest from luxury brands looking to work with us. They're easy to integrate. It's always been an objective of us to make sure that our dyes are easy to use, because we wanted them to be simple and easy for us to use. And so we've developed them to work extremely well within existing standard industry machinery, and we've tested this in collaboration with Northampton University. Alongside the progress we've made with our technology, we've also filed a patent to protect our dyes and are currently patent pending. We've also managed to raise a pre-seed round investment of £127,000 with SSC Capital. So, next steps. The next step for us is commercialization. We're looking to commercialize our dyes by 2024 and are already in talks with leading fashion brands to launch capsule collections. And we hope to make a dent in high street fashion by 2027. We are also running 2 R&D projects alongside Leeds University and Cranfield University, who are leaders in dye science and textiles. The first will help ensure that our dyes are colour fast and the second is an exploration into eco-friendly pre-treatment technologies. These research projects will allow us to offer a sustainable end-to-end dye process, which we can offer our future customers.
There is huge potential to disrupt the synthetic dyes market, which is currently valued globally at $11 billion. We are looking for future investors, fashion brand collaborators, and manufacturing partners who can help us commercialize and scale our dyes. Food waste dyes are a circular solution to a global problem. Join us on our mission to make natural dyes that don't cost the earth. We've been Sages.
Thank you for listening.
Well done to you both. Time now for questions, and a reminder to use the Menti site to get those in. So let's start with one about how you source your food waste.
Yes, so we source our food waste from a wide variety of sources. So we look at farms, industrial food kitchens, and also markets. So at the moment, we're partnered with Angry Monk, who are actually also from the greenhouse. They were sort of cohort 1, and they help us source that pre-sorted, so we don't have to sort any of it, and we can use it straight away to make our dyes.
Okay. A question about whether your dyes can work for hair as well as clothes.
Yeah, that's a good question.
Yeah, I mean, technically they could. At the minute, we are very focused, coming from fashion industry backgrounds, on developing our textile dye, but they could be used for hair, makeup, food colouring. We've explored paints and watercolours and even printer ink. So they do have a wide range of applications.
Question about when you're planning to launch these dyes commercially.
Yes, so as Alice mentioned, we're doing 2 R&D projects which are key to our commercialisations. We're expecting those to be completed autumn 2023, which is when we'll be looking at launching our first capsule collection with a brand partner.
Any further questions, please do get them in at menti.com, and I know you will be milling around outside. Just one coming quickly on the cost comparison with current chemical options. Tell us about that.
Yes, so at the moment, we've based our cost price on research we've done with UK vertically integrated textile mills. So at the moment, they're charging between £8 to £80 per kilogram of dye, and ours sit at about £45. But that is for small to mid-scale production, so we're hoping that we can reduce that cost once we're at scale, and then we can be even more cost competitive.
Okay. Yes, another question has come in. Nope, that's the question you've already answered. You will be outside the room later, answering any questions if you have any further. Yes, we have just had another one in. Are Sages looking for partners to partner with fast fashion high street vendors, or just the higher end brands? And will Sages dyed clothes be affordable?
Yeah, so we're definitely looking at partnering with fast fashion high street in the future. I think 2027 is probably our sort of aim for that, just because obviously it's a much bigger scale. We need to get there to scale, but we are keen to make the biggest impact possible. So I think working with those brands will be able to achieve that.
And how about that question about affordability?
Oh, will Sages clothes be affordable? Oh, can you make every colour? Okay.
We'll go to the first one.
We'll do affordability.
Affordability first.
Yeah, so because we're aiming to make the dyes affordable and on par with synthetic dyes that customers are using, then yeah, it shouldn't change the cost of the clothes that people are already buying that are using synthetic dyes.
Okay, so a similar price point.
Yeah, a similar price point.
Okay. Can you make every colour?
I'll take that one. So yes and no. So if you ask me to make like really dark black right now, probably not going to happen right now. But we are constantly developing and growing our colour range. So while we are planning to launch that initial 6 that you saw in the presentation, we do actually have 12 fully developed colours, and I'm currently working and develop a further 43 on top of that. And that's just going to keep growing as we keep increasing our food waste streams.
Brilliant. Thank you very much to you both. Well done.
Thank you.
And just, again, a brief pause while we wait for the prop to be removed from the stage. Well done to Emily and Alice from Sages. Next, I would like to invite Joanna from Lilo, who are offering products that find new and innovative ways to reuse and recycle water.
Imagine you're thirsty, you turn on your tap, but nothing comes out. Well, this happened to the first UK town this summer. and it's set to happen across the UK within the next 25 years. So your toilet water is sewage, and it's unretrievable. But currently, we are taking all of the other percentages of retrievable water and putting it down the same drain. So this is water that we use for drinking, for taps, for your laundry, and the largest one, showers. Now this is creating one massive body of unretrievable water. This is both a problem and a waste. It's a problem because the government have now extended property building regulations to cap daily water use. And it's a waste because the amount of water that we could retrieve daily adds up to a month's worth of drinking water. So what can we do? At Lilo, we take this largest body of water, showers, and we filter it to wash your clothes. Not only does this reduce the body of untreatable water, but it also saves a further 62 litres that would be used for every washing cycle. So we've developed an award-winning washing machine that optimises energy and water using some innovative technology and some clever chemistry. So how does it work? Well, you remove the tank from the side of the washing machine and you place it on your shower floor like a mat. Then your off-run water is collected within this tank that can be returned to the base of the machine and is then filtered to wash your clothes. We have verified that it can not only safely filter shower water to be used for your clothes, but it also washes as well as a commercial washing machine. We want to sell initially B2B to property, starting with university student living, so that we can help universities and students without needing to make any changes to the piping infrastructure. We want to help universities by lowering their utility bills, students by offering them a personal laundry solution, and we're here to help with property building regulations, and most importantly, we're saving water. So we worked with Brunel University London and found that if they were to change their current machines to Lilo's machines, they would save £850,000 on their utilities in the next 5 years. Now, Brunel only has 4,000 student rooms. Across the UK, there are 700,000 student rooms needing laundrettes. Imagine the impact that Lilo could have. We would save enough energy to power 17,000 homes a year, and we would save enough drinking water for the entire population of Scotland. So we have many interested universities, and we need £80,000 to build a pilot-ready model. Can you help us? Lilo, clean clothes, clean conscience.
Well done to Joanna for another brilliant pitch and a brilliant idea. Just a reminder to get your questions in using menti.com. And Joanna, we start with one on the idea behind this. Where did the idea for the product come from?
Yeah, so the idea originated when I was a student myself at university, and I really didn't enjoy the laundrette centres. I headed online looking for some advice on how to get my laundry done for cheaper and easier, and there were just thousands of other students that were really frustrated at the current situation. So that's where I went back home and I had a shower, and I was thinking in my shower as I watched all of that water go down the drain, and I thought we need to change this.
Okay. Another question in on the design and whether it works in every shower type or whether you'll have to manufacture different types of different sizes.
Yeah, definitely. So the size that we currently have fits within square, circular, semicircle, and a variety of different sizes, because we've got a little notch that allows it to not cover the plug, so it allows it to fit within any shower type. We are, however, looking at developing a tank that would work for the shower baths that you see with a curved bottom, so that's the only one we're struggling with.
So work underway. If you get the funding, when will this product be available to buy?
So for us, the roadmap is once we get the 80,000 to build a pilot-ready model, we then want to pilot about 20 units in an accommodation centre and get back feedback from the students on what things they want to improve, as well as how well it fits within their lifestyles, because we understand students will have a variety of lifestyles. And then from there, about a year to finish developing it and getting it ready for manufacture.
What is your engagement like with the water and sewage companies across the UK currently?
Ooh. Well, water and sewage companies are mostly independent. They're currently trying to deal with their own problems of leaks. So we mainly focus on helping users overcome the water problem.
Okay, so your focus is on users. What about shampoo and the sorts of things that go down the plug hole from your shower? Will that get into your clothes?
Oh no, so we do filter the water, and we filter it to reduce sulfate levels for things like shampoo. But something that's really interesting is if you've had water that has had shampoo in it, it actually raises the pH level. So while we do filter out all the hair and the shampoo and the other parts, this raised pH level actually creates a better chemical reaction with the detergents and washes your clothes really well.
It's actually better for your clothes?
Yeah.
How often is the filter replaced?
So we've looked at students in particular that do on average about 42 washes a year, and they'll only need to replace it twice a year.
Brilliant. Do we have any further questions? No, that's all done. Thank you very much indeed.
Awesome. Thank you.
Just a reminder, if you do have any further questions, all of the startups pitching today will be outside in the breaks and at the end of the event for networking, so you can get your questions to them that way too. The final pitch of this session next, and please welcome the co-founders of Agave Networks, which is helping manufacturers business achieve net zero waste by matching their excess raw materials and byproducts with other businesses. Please put your hands together to welcome Daniel and Emmanuel.
Good afternoon, everybody. We are Emmanuel and Daniel Bird, brothers and co-founders of Agave Networks. Did you know that every year UK manufacturers send more than 70 million tons of excess but valuable materials to waste every year? But if these materials are still valuable, then why are they being wasted? The problem is very simple. Businesses that could reuse or repurpose these materials simply don't have access to them until now.
Agave Networks is an online platform that allows businesses to achieve net zero waste by matching their surplus materials with potential business buyers. We do this with our three-step allocation method. First, we create digital passports of the materials using visual recognition algorithms. Imagine each material having a file with information like composition, quantity, and location. Then, we match and ship these excess materials with potential business buyers in the marketplace, using information like the waste hierarchy, logistics, and the materials value. Finally, we track the net environmental and financial impact of every match in the marketplace.
Our users earn new revenue streams and cut on waste management costs. They earn a method to communicate their sustainability efforts backed up with traceable data, but most importantly, they take a step further into achieving their net zero waste goals. We charge a monthly subscription fee starting from £300 and take a commission from 10 to 20% on each match or transaction. The global market of excess material sharing in the manufacturing industry is huge. But first, we're focusing on the UK SME manufacturers, an opportunity worth more than £1.5 billion.
Open marketplaces rely on having a constant supply and stock of the materials. This simply won't make the cut for surplus materials. We are the only platform that matches materials with the best potential buyer in the system. Our goal is to become the first global cross-organizational resource sharing platform. enabling thousands of businesses from different industries to eliminate waste from the system. We are currently working with 7 pilot projects across the industries of textiles, timber, plastics, metals, paper, and construction. And we are using the feedback and experience from those projects to build our MVP, which has received positive feedback from dozens of other manufacturers.
Just last month, we generated our first successful transaction. We matched more than 500 tons of scrap metals, generating more than $250,000 in revenue. We'll be increasing the size and the number of our matchings to be generating $1 million in monthly revenue in the following 6 months, all without any external investment.
We are brothers and co-founders of Mexico with more than 5 years of experience in the resource sharing economy. We created our first business, our surplus sharing business in Mexico, and we realized that we needed a more scalable and easy solution that allowed businesses to share their excess materials. We are backed up with faculty members, industry experts, and a large network of organizations.
I'm Daniel Bird, the CEO with experience in several other ventures and corporate open innovation programs.
And I'm Emmanuel Bird, the CTO, a software engineer with machine learning and Web3 exposure.
We are here today to meet with super connectors who could help us expand our network, and why not to meet our future investors. And just like the agave plant that for ages has been used and shared across different applications like to create beverages, syrups, and even fibers for textiles and healthcare, our mission is to eliminate waste from the industry by enabling an excess material sharing economy. The question is, do you share our mission? Thank you very much.
Well done to you both. Time for questions now. Please get them in using menti.com. We've had one in already about the specific waste streams you're investigating at the moment.
At the moment, we're focusing on the waste streams that we already mentioned, which are metals, which are plastics, and paper, mostly because those are the easier for us to generate matchings, start generating revenue for our users, and of course, to expand our network of business users.
Another question in on resourcing agave impact the business models of user companies. How does resourcing impact the business models of user companies?
Again, so our impact that we have on our businesses is that first they generate revenue from previously considered waste materials, so now they're generating more money from that. They're saving, of course, on waste management costs, but again, most importantly, they take a method so that they can track how much waste they're generating, how much waste is going to recycling, repurposing opportunities, so they can communicate their sustainability efforts.
Another question in on how you fit in with the producer recycling obligations.
So at the moment, we are providing this traceability method for materials to be tracked along the supply chain. So our platform tracks from the manufacturer to, for example, the recycling company, how much material is going, and then to the next user or buyer, who could be, let's say in the case for metals, the steel producer. So that's how we're helping the whole recycling industry.
Okay. Further question in on whether you have any material sorting capabilities, or do you rely on your suppliers to do it for themselves?
This depends on the supplier that we are having interaction with. Big suppliers mostly have capabilities to doing their sorting themselves, but other small providers may not have that capability. So if that's the case, we might even need to find a solution that allows this sorting and managing of those materials somewhere along the way of the shipping line.
And a question in on whether you can give a couple of practical examples of matching you've done across sectors.
So at the moment, we are not working, we haven't reached that point where we're working across sectors. So we're matching, for example, the metals industry, scrap metals from a producer to a user, which will be a steel maker. So that's one of the, let's say, our biggest transactions so far. And yeah, that's the biggest example we can give at this point. However, of course, in the future, as we mentioned, we're going to start creating those cross-sector matchings.
So watch this space. Do buyers get a better price than on other markets?
Yeah, it depends on the price fluctuations of some of these materials. For example, the iron and steel metal market has been fluctuating, making us, when we take materials from recovered sources, that material is cheaper than mining from ore. But that may change depending on the market.
How about the locations in the UK? Which locations are you servicing initially?
So at the moment, we're just, as the question implies, we're focusing on the UK. However, we also have some of our pilot projects are in Europe, so Spain, UK. But yeah, so most of our operations are based in the UK, and some manufacturers are actually northern part of the UK, which that's where the manufacturing sector relies.
Okay, thank you very much to you both. Well done.
Thank you.
So that brings us to the close of the first session focusing on building a circular future. Please do visit menti.com and enter the code you can see on the screen, 21375366, and score all of the teams you've just seen. We will be breaking for a short 15 minutes in just a moment's time, but just a heads up, there are refreshments outside of the lecture theatre. Please do not bring any food or drink into this beautiful space. Bathrooms are on the ground floor, and also, as you heard Catherine mention earlier, there is a fascinating exhibition on the lower ground floor that's well worth a visit. If you're late returning to this space, please use the main staircase up to the second floor to avoid any disruption. Otherwise, you'll end up coming through this door and we'll all see you walking in late. So 15-minute break now. Please come back to us in 15 minutes' time. Thank you very much. thank you very much indeed for making your way back so promptly, and we really appreciate you returning to us. I hope you're all adequately refreshed. A really exciting next session ahead, and I am absolutely delighted before the next lineup of innovators to hand over to an award-winning leader in the global climate change movement for a few words from our keynote speaker. Please welcome James Cameron.
Well, thank you very much. What a brilliant day this is. We were agreeing earlier, we always leave this room feeling uplifted. But I've been asked to lead you towards the naming of this institution that has been going for a while, but is now going to be presented to the world in a different way. And by way of introduction, to say something about my origin story, so that you can see the connection between a career dedicated to the climate change issue and what we hope will follow from this fantastic organization. So I started working on the climate change issue as a junior barrister and young academic because I was asked by Greenpeace to advise on whether you could bring a case before the International Court of Justice for failure to act on climate change in 1988. And my advice was that there was a course of action, that state responsibility was engaged, that the evidence was there, but the likelihood of success before the International Court was low, so why not advocate for an international treaty on climate change? And then taking that advice, they supported it, and raising philanthropic money, a new organization was formed called the Center for International Environmental Law, still going strong in Washington, and we built a program to argue for an international treaty on climate change, and we built a coalition of small island states, which we called the Alliance of Small Island States. And the first time they acted together as a group, taking zero political and economic power and amplifying it, was in November 1990 at the Second World Climate Conference. A conference made famous, at least in our politics, because Margaret Thatcher spoke very persuasively as to why we ought to act on climate change in 1990. And then Framework Convention was agreed in 92. Years and years of negotiations there, and where are we now? We're at 27. And we're still trying to break through. We're still trying to make an international agreement effective. We're still trying to make a big global process relevant to day-to-day decision-making in finance and business and government. And I've just been in Sharm el-Sheikh for 27, and on the whole, it was not a very inspiring event. It didn't produce any great breakthroughs. In fact, perhaps the one step forward you could identify was in this area called loss and damage, which is sort of about insurance. And I had to tell myself that it really is worth persevering because the Alliance of Small Island States had presented that argument in 1991. So what does all this mean? All this sort of work trying to make big systems respond to the nature of this problem, a systems problem, how to organize the connections between policy and politics and governmental processes at the same time as finance and innovation and business and civil society movements. Well, the short answer is you just have to persevere. The climate system is big and unwieldy. The political systems that feed into it are also difficult to change directions in. There's a lot of inertia in our financial services world. The systems are hard to move. And so you've got to try and try again. And that means you're going to have failings. You're going to have to persevere in the face of real opposition. And the problem is complex, and simple solutions sometimes aren't. The trade-offs, the coalitions you have to build, the alliance of interests are quite diverse, and you have to win arguments over and over again. I thought we'd won in 1997 at Kyoto, but we hadn't. The US didn't ratify the treaty, and it was very difficult to build momentum up. You could argue that 2015 in Paris was a big breakthrough, but the agreement has to be implemented, and implementation is hard. It's hard graft. And then a recession comes along, or a war, or loads of reasons not to. So you must persevere. You must build unlikely alliances. You must know the connections between the levers of power. You must carry on undaunted. Undaunted is the word that represents what has to happen, the attitude of mind, the feeling you must have in order to persevere sufficiently to tackle a problem this big. And if you look at the branding, we'll go through some of the aspects of that in a minute, but undaunted is the state of mind. It's the attitude of being that we want to be present in this new organization. And it's an organization that you are already in. You're already involved and engaged in. The tagline, tackling climate change with innovation, I quite like. I'm a bit of a sports fanatic. I like the idea of tackling here. It's a very particular form of intervention, and there's some physicality about it, appeals to me. But we're going to tackle climate change with innovation. Innovation is our means. It's innovation in the broadest sense. As Alyssa was saying earlier, it's not just technology innovation, it's not just gadget-driven or an obsession with technology at the expense of other ways of thinking. It's innovative behaviors drawn from innovative thinking and changing the way we relate to each other in order to make a shift. And you'll see from some of the slides that follow now, the logic behind the rebranding. The thought that's gone into the design itself. I mean, you will see different things in it. There's something universal about that image. The universality of the globe, together with the idea of a tree or something organic, something that connects you with a natural system. If you look at these slides, we probably might want to sort of move them backwards and forwards so people can take in the images in a sequence. But if you can go from that image to the colors, which in some sense represent a sunshine moving into darkness, the kind of colors of a day, the progress through a day. As light moves, the sun is a powerful image, but so also is the more reflective colors in the nighttime sky that you see here. And these images are drawn from enterprises that are passing through this process. And they are confronting the complexity of the issue. No one looks away from how hard this is. It's not that we are undaunted and threatened simply, or that hope is sufficient, but hope is necessary, and confidence and purposelessness, the kind of sense of purpose and commitment to make a difference is necessary. And these images are positive. They show resilience, resourcefulness. They're also, and this one perhaps is the one to end on, they look forward at a future that does have some threat in it, that is daunting in that respect, but it's an image that represents a confident determination to persevere in order to succeed, in order to have an outcome that makes life better when achieved. And that maybe is the way to end, that in a sense, the effort required to make this transformation, that we must, will bring many other benefits. We will learn how to connect these levers of power. We will find connections between ourselves, our humanity, which is also at risk. We'll learn how to cooperate in a way that is necessary but also fulfilling. And we'll build prosperity, a different kind of wealth perhaps than the ones that we have got used to accepting as the norm, but nonetheless a sense of real progress, of advancement in human society. And these initiatives that you'll see in this room today give us hope, confidence, purpose, a spirit of positive excitement about what needs to be done, but also what can be done. So I hope you'll feel that you are also undaunted, that you are also involved in our common enterprise, that you'll be inspired by what you've seen and who you've met and where the resources will come from to make this happen, and that you'll stay with us, that you'll stay connected to us, and we'll find lots of positive stories to tell you in the future as we return to tell those stories in a way that will encourage others to follow. Thank you.
Many thanks to you, James. Almost time for the next round of pitches. I've had a few questions about the use of Menti. So just a quick reminder before we move on that you can access Menti online, menti.com, via your phone using the code 21375366, which will pop up on the screen above me in just a moment. There we go. And what we're asking you to do is, after hearing each pitch in each section, to submit a score via Mentimeter based on 3 key areas, and these are commercial potential, the climate impact of their innovation, and the quality of the pitch you've heard. And at the end of the event, we'll ask you to score all of the pitches you've heard and award the top 3 highest scoring teams. So please do that after each section and at the end of the event. Right, time for the next session now, and this focuses on decarbonising the built environment. To kick us off, please welcome Brian from Climate Business, who are reducing net zero transition risks by building trust, understanding and adaptability across supply chains. Please welcome Brian from Climate Business.
How can we decarbonise business faster? Consider with me this picture. So just taking one particular sector, commercial real estate, and as many of us know, 40% of emissions come from the built environment. 15% of emissions are in control, if you like, of the business itself, of most corporate real estate businesses. 85% is out there in their supply chain, amongst lots of the small and medium-sized enterprises, the small businesses, medium-sized businesses that they'll be working with. This is both one of the challenges of going faster, but also I would argue it's one of our opportunities. At Climate Business, we have created a program of workshops, of peer mentoring, and also building a community that brings together these SMEs and works with corporates to create a faster way of decarbonising. One of the things I wanted to do in terms of explaining to you, if you like, why is supply chain such an important part of going faster for business? And actually, to help me with this, can I tell the story? I'd like somebody to kind of help me from the audience. So, got any volunteers? Anybody who's feeling, you haven't got to come down here, you can stay where you are, but I just need a volunteer to help. Great, this gentleman here, fantastic. What's your name, sir? Lanks. Lanks. Lanks, welcome. Lanks, if you wouldn't mind standing up for a second. Lanks, what I'd like you to do is imagine that you are head of ESG for a major corporation. Okay, so Lanks is in charge of helping that corporation navigate this decarbonisation journey. On your row is your board of directors and your immediate team. And below you and behind you are your kind of group of consultants that are working with you, Lanks, on this journey. Now, great news is the board of directors very bravely, just a few weeks ago, have decided to set a net zero target by 2030. So well done, board of directors, good decision. Okay, so you're working away as a group on that decarbonisation plan. Your consultants have helped you work out a roadmap. They've helped you to work out what you need to do, and you're busy working away on your operations. So you're in this space here, the 15% of the emissions. So your own business, perhaps your kind of immediate kind of suppliers, your energy use, you're working on that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I also need you to participate as well. So I'd like everybody else in the room to stand up. Now, Lanks, one of your challenges is this is your supply chain. Okay? So if you look around your room, you've got to engage now with all of these people to try and make this change happen. And of course, as you know from the previous picture, 85% of your emissions are in that world not in that immediate group around you. So this is one of the biggest challenges. So you can sit down now, apart from you, Lanks. Tell me later. So Lanks, the reason why I've asked you to stay standing is because that's not the end of it. It's not only a case of the scale, but also, I mean, who likes to change? None of us like change particularly. Change is hard. And those businesses that you're engaging with, those small and medium-sized enterprises, you know, they're used to doing business for many years in the same way, in the same style. So one of the biggest challenges we have is how do we motivate people to make that change? Thank you. Round of applause for Lanks. The good news is that actually there are organizations out there, the European Union, United Nations, many leading think tanks who have been working on this challenge of how do we build the kind of transition processes with businesses over many years. I know this because I've been working for the European Commission and for the United Nations, along with my co-founders, Robert de Young and Eleanor Saunders. So we've been working for many years in these innovation programs, learning the tools, learning the techniques, learning what it takes to really change behavior and bring people together and to connect them. And our business is actually now based on taking that great knowledge, those great processes, which in some ways have been hidden away in a little bit of a kind of a funded bubble, and we want to take it to mainstream business and help those big corporates work with their supply chain on this transition. We're currently working with the real estate industry. Our group of kind of lead customers, if you like, our first prospects, represent about £20 billion of real estate. And they are they're supplying services to a lot of major brands. And it's these companies that are recognize that actually, yes, the supply chain is a real challenge and they need help in dealing with it. We're working with them on ways in which we can tailor these great tools of convening people, peer mentoring, behavioral change processes, and how do you build a community that can really support each other in this change. We're taking that knowledge and we're tailoring it for this particular industry. But we're not stopping there. We've done pilots in the summer, and the feedback has been really good. And our ask, if you like, of this room is that we want to now do commercial proof of concepts. So we'd love to know any businesses that would be interested in working with us to take this program and apply it in the real world to see the level of impact and the level of speed we can get as we decarbonize. As I say, we're starting in real estate, but actually the work that we're doing is sector agnostic. So our plan is to work on real estate to start with and then to expand to other sectors as well. 76% of UK SMEs have no decarbonisation strategy of any kind. And I think Ian from HSBC mentioned this earlier on. Many businesses have not really started on this journey. That's our big challenge. We believe with Climate Business, with the processes that I've outlined, we can really help get those 76% and even more of UK SMEs on their journey to net zero. So our answer is, how do we get faster? It's through building trust and relationships across supply chains. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, and for putting all of our needs to the test as well. Time for questions now, and please do use menti.com to get those in. We've had one in, welcome, from someone here who says, how will this programme be delivered at scale?
Yeah, good question. So our program's based with facilitators as well. So it's not just the three of us delivering that. We aim to scale across different sectors with facilitators, special.
Michael, close to your mouth.
Yeah. Higher up, sorry, I was hearing an echo. With facilitators who can then build in further facilitators to scale that across different geographies as well as industry types.
We had another question in regarding which other sectors you will cover.
Right. So yeah, as I mentioned, starting with real estate, then there's a natural progression to retailers, because a lot of the real estate companies we're working with are also working with the retail industry, and they have very complicated supply chains as well, similar challenges. And then we see opportunities around manufacturing and other sectors.
How did you come up with the name?
tough question. We've actually got two names, but I won't go into that now. But yeah, because we're closely related to driving climate change innovation across business, we just claimed that climate and linking that to business was important to the name.
I mean, it's a great question because it kind of it explains really the kind of the USP, if you like, which is that our experience is in business, but it's also in climate innovation, and it's the fusing together of those two worlds.
Can you estimate an emissions reduction potential? Asks one person.
Good question.
Well, behaviour change-wise, there's always. I would say that the numbers are not concrete yet. Pardon the pun on the built environment space. But I would say it's been 20 or 30%. We've heard that it could be more, but we're still searching for metrics, and that's part of our trials as well, to understand how we can measure the human influence in this space.
Another question in asks, from your feedback, how much are SMEs willing to pay?
Yes, we based our business model on how much SMEs are paying at the moment for mentoring services. So we estimate that each business would pay £1,500 for one of our 3-month courses, and that generates actually a significant amount of profit when you consider you've got 2 facilitators supplying that. So our model is based on groups of people working together, so 15 to 20 at a time. So with each business paying £1,500 each.
You just briefly mentioned that you are focusing on real estate. Why?
Right, well, 40% of emissions come from real estate. So, but also our experience and our network and our connections are in real estate. So actually, it's a very natural place for us to start. We've got those senior connections with the real estate industry. So we're in there immediately talking at very senior levels about their supply chain challenges. So it's a very easy place for us to start, but also happens to be a really important place to start.
That's up. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Well done to Brian from Climate Business there. Up next, it's Raoul from BioAtaraxis, producing a game-changing 100% plant-based surfactant from waste that performs as well as conventional ones. Please welcome Raoul.
So we are BioAtaraxis. All of us use cleaning products every day, but very few of us know that there is a chance of 96% that these are actually fossil fuel based. And to this 96%, we can associate 1 billion tons per year of CO2 emission annually, which is quite a lot. And it's very, very frustrating that we still don't have a green solution for such a huge market for our everyday life. But for some of you also know that actually there are some brands that claim 100% sustainability. But unfortunately today, these suffer of a huge gap between price and performances. So more we pay, less we get. This is the reason why in BioAtaraxis we tackle this problem. We develop a new chemical technology called EcoSAF. EcoSAF is a new chemical process which can deliver a new bio-based detergent derived from agricultural waste. We patented EcoSAF last year, and we look forward to commercialize it. EcoSAF can deliver a detergent that is non-toxic and biodegradable, but what is most amazing of this new product is that finally we can match the performance of the oil-based detergents. And here you can see an example where we compare EcoSAF to a conventional green detergent. And we achieve performances that are much better. Finally, thanks to the low cost of the raw material, the high efficient process that we designed, and the outstanding performance of EcoSAF, we can finally mind the gap between green and fossil fuel-based products, being capable also to deliver a new selling point in this industry as a cleaning product that is derived from rubbish. This is our team. We are 3 founders. We work in each segment of the supply chain: raw material supply, process development, and application development. And each one of us has different expertise in each area. We further introduced in our team a former vice president of a very important detergent company. And our values and dream in the short term is to replace at least 2% of the fossil fuel-based product in the United States. Currently, we raise £800,000 in angel investment, £250,000 as a grant from Shell, further securing a strategic R&D partnership for scale-up. We won the first place in the Climate Launchpad. This is Biotraxis. We are currently looking for investors for our next investment round and potential partners to scale up the technology and commercialize it so that all of us can see very soon EcoSaf in the shelf of all our supermarkets.
Well done, and we welcome a member of your team to take questions now too. So starting off with a question on scale, and what scale have you successfully extracted the biodetergent on?
So currently we are in the lab scale. We already developed to TRL5, some step of the process, and it's about 5 kilograms, which for a lab scale is quite a lot. It's pilot scale. In the next 2 years, we aim to scale up the process to 200 tons.
Any further questions? We have one on how does your solution compare against other natural solutions in the market?
Yeah, definitely. So we use waste agricultural products. While the green solution today, they rely a lot of palm oil, which green credentials are very questionable. Our product is derived half from waste agriculture and half from palm oil.
A good question on the existing brands like Method and Ecova. How do you compete on price with them?
So the price today, let's say, it's difficult to say because we are very early stage. Those are commercial detergents. Let's say that Ecova and 7th generation are definitely overpriced product for what they are delivering. Some of their products are around $15 per kilograms. Let's say according to our cost model that we have now, we can easily compete with that. But of course, lower are the volumes, higher need to be the price.
Okay. A question on the chemicals involved in the extraction that are petrochemically derived.
Mm-hmm. Okay, we don't have petrochemical products in our process. Our process is a synthetic process, so we do chemical transformation of the biomass in intermediate chemicals until arriving to the final product. So there are no petrochemicals involved, and the net CO2 emission from the process is zero.
How about the tool, the challenges that you've faced in, potentially faced in scaling this technology?
Yeah, we are generally speaking about a new chemical process, and this is a disruptive approach, meaning that, yes, we can use some segment of the supply chain already, but we need to create new steps for our chemical transformation. Ultimately, for this process to be successful and be highly competitive, very high capital costs are involved in the range of 200 million. So capital cost is the main barrier for us to scale up.
Okay, brilliant. Just time for another question on focusing on whether you're focusing on retail or commercial customers currently.
So the current business model is more focused on licensing the chemical process to a detergent manufacturer, to a chemical manufacturer. This is our initial business model, but of course, us as engineers, we would like to be more producer of this compound and sell it, and maybe entering the formulation market. Currently, we are aiming to license the technology.
Okay. What specific biomass do you require?
So each type of biomass can work for this. Ideally, corn cob. Corn cob is the best biomass that allows a better techno-economic efficiency of the process. But any type of biomass is suitable for our process.
Brilliant. That brings us to time. Well done. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, many thanks to the pitchers so far. Next up, we have Liv from BioZeroc, who are utilising biotech and scalable process technology to create the carbon negative construction materials of the future. Please welcome Liv.
On this globe, we're building a city the size of Paris every week. During my time in the construction industry, I saw the impact of this firsthand. Materials used in a single building would cause the equivalent impact of hundreds of people's lifetime emissions. And that's nothing out of the ordinary. I'm Liv Anderson, co-founder and CEO of BioZeroc, and we are here to build a carbon-neutral future. After water, concrete is the most used material on Earth. We use it to build houses, hospitals, roads, bridges, flood defenses, and really everything else around us. Altogether, concrete is responsible for 8% of our global carbon emissions, which is roughly 4 times the size of the whole aviation industry. 90% of these emissions come from cement, the chemical glue that binds the material together. If you want to make the biggest impact possible, this is the space to start. So that is exactly what we have done. At BioZeroc, we completely remove the need from cement. Instead, our technology is inspired by nature. Like how corals grow in the ocean, we grow rocks to form concrete. Our patent-pending technology replaces the cement with a naturally occurring bacteria. When feeding this bacteria, it grows rocks, gluing sand and aggregates together at a larger scale than what's ever been achieved before. This is BioZeroc's bioconcrete. And the most amazing thing about it is that it's carbon neutral. Independent research confirms that replacing the cement removes over 80% of the emissions. But we are not stopping there. We have identified opportunities to make our process fully circular and are on track to produce carbon-negative concrete by 2026. We are a team of architects, engineers, scale-up physicists, and biotechnology experts who believe that large-scale climate action cannot wait. Since founding BioZeroc just 1 year ago, we have proven our technology, filed an international patent, raised $500,000 in pre-seed funding, secured collaborations with world-leading bacterial experts, and are on track to produce our first bioconcrete brick by spring. We have already exceeded performance requirements to enter the $450 billion block market. But with our smart process, we can do more. By tailoring crystal formations, we have the opportunity to replicate an unprecedented range of materials, including clay, stone, and marble. This gives us access to decarbonize trillion-dollar markets, in addition to the already gigantic precast industry. Our early samples, such as this, already provides superior surface finishes to concrete. This can potentially reduce another set of costs and emissions from the supply chain, such as chemical coating, paint, or plaster. We have received an enormous amount of interest from the construction industry and are in advanced discussions about early collaborations. We are looking to produce our first design installations by next summer. We are moving at speed and are looking for people who want to join us on our journey. Are you a deep tech investor with experience in scaling hardware solutions? If so, we would love to speak with you after the presentation. We are BioZeroc. Thank you very much.
Well done, and we welcome members of your team to answer questions now too. So, starting with one on whether you've conducted any performance-based tests and what some typical strengths and durabilities are.
Yeah, go for it.
So performance testing, that was where we started.
Mike email.
We started with performance testing. That is, for the brick and block markets, is probably the biggest thing. In terms of strengths, we're currently exceeding the strengths for concrete blocks. So we're getting better literally every week. I guess 20 to 30 megapascal would be the number that we're working towards, but we're already stronger than concrete blocks.
Brilliant. Okay, another question about whether you have a certified EPD.
So this is something we're looking to produce once we're ready to hit the market at scale. At this point in time, we're iterating around the recipe, and as John said, improving literally every week. So it's too early to go for a full stage certification.
Okay, work underway. How do you differentiate with, and I'm going to get this wrong, Prometheus materials? I hope I pronounced that correctly.
So there's a lot of different companies out there innovating in dispense of concrete. But most of them are either limited in the carbon reductions they can achieve, the scale they can achieve, or the supply chains that are available. We are very happy that bioconcrete is one of the very few technologies proven to be in the realm of carbon neutrality, and that we have abundant reagent sources to tackle a significant share of the market.
A question on how you will give construction and infrastructure companies confidence to move to your product rather than, of course, stick with what they know, with what they're familiar with.
That's a really good question. We are aware that we're operating in a very conservative market. So we're looking to build credibility with low regulatory, non-structural elements. And as people in the industry can see the material performance, the durability over time, and how well it ages, we're looking to build our confidence and applications from there.
Okay, a question about if you have even more funding, would you potentially be ready before 2026?
Yeah, as probably a lot of people know, it costs some money to scale hardware solutions. So we are really moving as fast as we can. We will be looking for funding in the next year to move even faster.
Short and simple. Can it come in different colours and textures, asks one of the audience.
Yes. So the material we grow is essentially white translucent crystals. So it's absolutely perfect for making any colour you want. Naturally, it comes out pretty much like this if you use a very light coloured aggregate, but anything is possible, really.
Do we have time for any more questions? I think we are out of time, but you will be around for networking, so if anyone wants to ask any further questions, you will. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, that brings us to the last picture in this section. Please welcome Matt from Carbon Shift, who are solving the problem of decarbonising long building portfolios with their novel AI brain. Please welcome Matt.
Good afternoon. My name is Matthew Hart, and I'm founder and CEO of Carbon Shift. Many large companies, councils, and boroughs have signed up to ambitious net zero commitments for 2040 or even 2030. Their heads of sustainability are now under enormous pressure. It can cost over £500 million to decarbonise a group of 1,000 buildings. And yet, with the thousands of options currently existing today, we will still not make net zero by 2040 unless something changes. Our team has spent over a decade at Imperial College tackling this complex problem. We've been doing this in research partnership with Sainsbury's, and we're here because we've found the solution. Our AI optimization software makes millions of decisions to choose the right options in the right buildings at exactly the right time. By doing this, we save building owners over £100 million per 1,000 buildings. There will be further savings achievable by priming your building stock to capitalize on the new exciting innovations of the future. The current Excel-based process for choosing how to decarbonize a group of buildings is labor-intensive, requires vast data capture, and truly endless work to continuously iterate. I've spoken to numerous decision makers in this exact position with large teams who are frankly overwhelmed by this problem. Our product gives heads of sustainability control of our proprietary AI brain to bring clarity out of all this complexity. We give them an automatic connection into their buildings so that they can evolve their strategy at the click of a button as the options, market conditions, and building performance constantly shift around them. Building owners will have direct access to the vendors that they need through our streamlined, intelligent ecosystem. With just a few large portfolios running through our software, we will then have the powerful ability to start to predict demand. We can leverage this to allow suppliers the certainty they desperately need to raise the scale-up investment required. We can then ensure there is no double work by letting the innovators and our building owners know what's already been done and what will now need working on next. Our MVP is ready to pilot in January 2023, and we're looking to sell through consultancies and project management companies who already have the data that we need. We will then run a mass marketing campaign to convert the interest we've had into traction and look to raise £3 million at the end of Q1 to allow us to build out our full product. We plan to use 1 million of this to put towards Innovate UK grant funding and unlock a further £3 million to allow us to immediately leverage our ability to predict demand. Our international team has spent over a decade building AI optimization models to uncover the vast opportunity in this complex problem. We also have years of experience building software products to give organizations the ability to make millions of decisions at the click of a button. I've spoken to almost 100 people from across the building retrofit sector, from the head of sustainability at the UK's largest commercial property owner to some of the biggest decision makers in our leading consultancies. Their responses have ranged from cautiously excited to please take my money. We are here because we've spent the last decade researching how to decarbonize a group of buildings in one group of 1,000. We have solved the problems others are just starting to consider. We are here because we've designed the solution to net zero buildings at the true global scale required. And we are here because we need your support. We are Carbon Shift. Thank you for listening.
Well done, Matt. So, time for questions, and already we have one in. Does it have to be groups of buildings, or do economics work on single units too?
So, the big savings are possible from groups of buildings. The more complexity, the more opportunity we find. So our early market is large groups of buildings where we can maximize our early revenue. Our mission is to activate decarbonization of buildings globally, and that's all buildings. And the key thing that will allow us to move into single buildings is our data set. Once we've got hundreds of thousands, millions of buildings running through the platform, it's a relatively straightforward machine learning algorithm to start going into individual buildings and saying, we've seen loads of buildings, this is what you do with yours. And we're happy to give that away at very low cost and democratize access to this massive information bank.
A question on the savings that you outlined in your presentation. How do you quantify them?
So the savings, essentially, we have a baseline of what the best in industry are doing at the moment from people we've spoken to, going around building by building and installing everything they can now, against a fully optimized version where we can look at the entire estate and 20 years and just install the best technologies now across the portfolio and allow you to evolve your entire portfolio as the years roll on. And the savings from this, because of the huge operating budgets involved, are substantial.
A question in on how it differs from BAM6 or digital twins.
BAM6, I'm not entirely sure of. We do essentially have a digital twin of the buildings. And the key data we need is the building energy portfolios and as much building characteristic data as we can get. This is obviously a sort of roadmap to how much our digital twin does and how much we start relying on consultancies and project management companies who are largely tackling this part of the problem. But we do have digital twins, and a big part of what we're doing is continuously improving them.
Another question in on what is your pricing model?
So we're looking at around £1,000 a building, which keeps us well within the sorts of savings we're quoting to our customers. From my perspective, we will price at whatever will allow us to deliver net zero buildings globally. And that is our one metric. Around £1,000 a building keeps us well within the savings that we're generating for our customers.
Okay, brilliant. We've had a question in about the most impactful interventions for buildings from your AI brain. What are they?
The most impactful interventions, I suspect if you ask the head of sustainability at a large commercial building owner, is 20% of billion-dollar budgets. That obviously is going to motivate people to start using the platform and to start working with us. In terms of global impact, it will ultimately allow everyone to collaborate together around the same framework. A lot of what we've heard today is about how the disparate nature of having lots of different solutions which will solve lots of different problems everywhere. And we want to bring that together into something everyone can work around.
Okay. Final question. Is there a quick typical ROI calculation for potential clients?
Yes. Well, this is an interesting, it's a really good question. And what we are looking to do is reframe the paradigm around we need to get to net zero by 2030 or 2040. Increasingly big companies have billions of dollars promised to this, and we're trying to save them percentages of that. Now, obviously, ROI and paybacks will be a huge driver into which installations our optimization is doing first. But it's not our key driver. Our key driver is net zero by 2040. How do we do that in the most cost-effective way? And ROI and paybacks will drive, obviously, how that behaves.
Thank you very much indeed. Well done.
Thank you very much.
Right, that brings us to the end of this session. Before we break for another short 15 minutes to get refreshments, please remember to visit menti.com, which you can see again on the screen. You can use the QR code to access this. And please use this time just briefly before you head out for a break to score the teams you have just seen. And the areas to score them on, as you'll see on the screen, include commercial potential, the climate impact of the innovation, and the quality of the pitch you've just seen. And before the final round of pitches ahead, we'll take another short 15-minute break. So once you finish doing that, we'll see you back here in 15 minutes. Thank you. Welcome back. Thank you very much indeed for being prompt again in getting back to your seats. And we're entering the final section of the event this afternoon. Before we head into the final round of pitches and some brilliant ones ahead, I'm really, really pleased to introduce another keynote speaker this afternoon, the Professor of Materials Science and Nanotechnology at Imperial College and Vice Dean for Research in the Faculty of Engineering. Please put your hands together in welcoming Mary Ryan.
Thank you so much. And you've just taken 5 years off my life. I used to be the Vice Dean in Engineering. Thank you. Have I de-aged? So my new job is I'm the Vice Provost for Research and Enterprise at Imperial, which means I'm going to say responsible, which suggests that I actually do a lot of work. The people at Imperial College just do amazing work, and I get to look on proudly at it. But I'm responsible for our Global Challenge Institute, which includes the Grantham Institute for Climate Change and the Environment, the Energy Futures Lab, our Institute of Infection. So the work where we really try to convene across the college, big challenge, work towards solving these really big challenges. I was asked to just speak a little bit about innovation at Imperial. And I just wanted to just stop for a second to think about what is the purpose of a university today, and how do we really use the collective knowledge, energy, intelligence, creativity of our communities in universities to really deliver change. And if you look at the founding of Imperial, we were founded on the back of the Great Exhibition of 1851. We were basically the result of the profit of a great trade fair. So we are inherently very commercially minded. We think about how technology and innovation makes a difference in the world. And in our founding charter, we're actually committed to delivering benefit to society, in particular by working with and for industry. So it's kind of in our DNA that we want to deliver real world impact. When you think about what innovation is, there are lots of people do say that word quite easily. What is innovation? A definition I like is it's the implementation of a new idea. So it's not just having a new idea, it's having a new idea and doing something with it. And so if we're going to be an innovation-led organization, we have to create the ecosystem where innovation can happen. And that means a few things. It means our students and our staff have to be given the freedom to imagine. So how can you imagine something different? And you can only imagine something different if you've questioned what is now. So I actually think it's an obligation to question, are we doing things the right way? Is there a different way? And if you think there is a different way, imagine what it might be. And then you have to create the opportunity to deliver on those great ideas. And at places like Imperial, there are millions of great ideas bubbling up all the time, all over our campus. Our students are extraordinarily engaged in working with the world and working towards solutions. And one of the things that our undergraduates will say when you now ask them, why have you come to Imperial? They'll say things that you would expect, like, well, it's got a great reputation. I wanted to do chemistry. For example, Richard, chemistry at Imperial, because that's the best place to do chemistry. But increasingly, an awful lot of them now say, Imperial's where I can innovate. Imperial's where I can learn to be an entrepreneur. Imperial's where I will be so supported to deliver impact. And in the last year, we were ranked top in the REF exercise for impact of all the major universities in the UK. And the Guardian University of the Year award to Imperial in particular was around our innovation and entrepreneurship enabling ecosystem. So what we've done at Imperial to deliver that, there's been lots of pockets of excellence that have been driven for many years. The Grantham Institute has been running innovation programs for a long time, and you'll have heard about many of the great successes. One of the major success incubators in the UK over the last 10, 15 years. But we've also invested heavily in undergraduate experiences and enabling our undergraduates to think about entrepreneurship and innovation. Our enterprise lab, it's funded through our central division, but it works specifically with students on an extracurricular basis. Nobody's required to go through the enterprise lab. They can talk to mentors and sponsors. They get training in thinking about IP, thinking about protection, thinking about business cases, being joined up with mentors. That's completely extracurricular. Now more than a quarter of our students go through the Enterprise Lab every year, right? So it's a part of the student experience to do that. And I think you're going to hear from one of our really key success stories a little bit later that went through both the Enterprise Lab and the Grantham Incubation Program, and then to our White City incubator. So we have a physical incubator with labs at White City, and in our White City campus now, that ecosystem around where Imperial College campus is, there are over 400 SMEs working in that environment. And we see part of our job there as supporting that vibrant ecosystem, not just on our campus, but around our campus. I'll just talk very, very briefly about the climate and sustainability and what Imperial thinks in that space and how we operate. Clearly, we've been, I'd like to say, thought leaders and really excellent in the sector, in the science of climate change, the science of the energy transition and the delivering technology for a long time. What we've been doing over the last few years is taking a little bit of a step back and saying, okay, what's the bigger picture, if there is a bigger picture than the climate crisis, and I think there is, and looking at what we've talked about, the Zero Pollution Initiative, which is saying you can't go about decarbonising without also thinking about biodiversity, without also thinking about chemical pollution, without also thinking about behavioural science and economics and policy. So how do we set a framework across our university that pulls together all those different disciplines and starts to think about these challenges in a very systems-based way, to think about, I guess, co-optimizing all of those solutions and really taking those through. And we've also been thinking about the framework of what we do. So what is the research and education that we're delivering? How are we doing it? What's our own carbon footprint? How does our campus operate? What are our policies that make us actually not just sector leading in doing research, but sector leading in how we are doing it? And that's a big challenge. It's particularly a big challenge if you've got an old estate in the middle of London and you're science-based, but how are we going to do that? And then finally, the third part of that pillar is who do we partner with? And the what and the how and the who all need to be properly optimized to really deliver impact. And that partnership, we recognize, and you will all know this, if we want to deliver real change, no institution is going to do that, right? We have to have the right partners with the right values and the right vision and the right complementary expertise to help us deliver some of this change. Which brings me to this great organization here and Undaunted. One of the very first things I had to do when I took on this job as Vice Provost, well, I had to do, I'm saying had to do, Richard, was we're having this collaboration with the Royal Institution. How are we going to do it? And it was presented a little bit as a challenge, I think, in terms of making it work. But very quickly, I realized this is an amazing opportunity for Imperial. It's on the back of a lot of work that various people in the Grantham who are in this room have been putting together. It's the next phase. It's a way to really extend our impact with a partner that's got an amazing tradition in London, brings amazing new skills and a history in climate science. And of course, this is the most amazing thing we could do in this space, and we can grow and we can have it as a flagship centre for us. And it's really important to me that this is recognised as the London, the UK and globally delivering impact in climate innovation, but also that it connects across Imperial. So at White City, we have a physical incubator with lots of lab space. In South Kensington, we've got an enterprise lab. How do we make sure all of those pieces across London are joined up so we really elevate the benefits of this amazing partnership? So I'm going to stop talking now because there are people with exciting pictures about actual climate solutions that are going to talk some more to you. But I would, first of all, like to thank all the people that actually enabled this in the room. Richard, Ralph, Michaela, Alyssa, Catherine. Just finally, looking forward to the next great innovation that comes out from Undaunted. Thank you.
Okay, well, without wanting to prolong things any further, as Professor Mary Ryan said, some really exciting final pitches to come. And just a reminder to please make sure that you have Menti ready once again to get those questions in after each pitch. Now, our final session is entitled Tackling Climate Change with Natural Capital. And to kick us off, the opening final round, I'd like to welcome Justin from Net Zero Nitrogen, who are providing farmers with a highly effective, natural and cheaper source of nitrogen for crops and help prevent a billion tons of CO2 emissions per year. Please welcome Justin.
How we end up on the naughty step, the last group of the afternoon, standing between you and the bar. No pressure. However, we have a great opportunity for you. Which is the more important problem for the global community to solve? Is it food security or is it climate change? Who thinks food security? Cheap seats as well? Climate change? Because the problem is that the environmental cost of agriculture means you can't have both. But what if you could? Food security without the environmental cost. Net zero nitrogen exists to eliminate synthetic nitrogen fertilizers, estimated 1 billion tons of CO2 equivalent contribution to greenhouse gases every year. We're doing that through the development of a bioformulation that is safer, cheap, and a natural alternative. Now, nitrogen is actually the number one limiting factor for plants and crops, and it's everywhere in the air. But plants can't access that, and the reason can actually be seen in our logo. The two atoms in nitrogen are joined by a very strong triple bond, and plants can't break that, and therefore they can't get at that nitrogen. And this problem was largely solved in the last century by two German scientists, Haber and Bosch. And they worked out a way that under high pressure, you could break that triple bond and effectively make synthetic fertilizer from the air. Problem solved. That process, the Haber-Bosch process, now feeds directly or indirectly probably 50% of the world's population. As I say, problem solved. Not quite though. Unfortunately, it's expensive. At the moment, really expensive. Oh, and there's the energy as well. The production of this uses about 1% of the world's fossil fuel energy. Oh, and the pollution. Synthetic fertilizer is about 30 to 50% efficacy. The rest goes into the watercourse as nitrate pollution or into the air as nitrous oxide, which is a greenhouse gas that broadly makes CO2 look like a bit of a health fad. We are developing a bioformulation alternative that is applied directly to the seed itself. The bacteria colonize the seed and live inside the cells of the plant. And that allows the plant to access the nitrogen directly from the air. This is about 150th the volume of synthetic fertilizer. And that's just one of the reasons why it's a lot cheaper, probably about an 80% like-for-like cost saving. Instead of fossil fuel energy, sucrose energy, sugar from the plant itself. Instead of 30% efficacy, 100% efficacy. How do you defend a product that's a natural bacteria, though? Well, the defensibility comes from two things. Firstly, the patenting of the unique formulations for specific crops and environmental conditions. And then secondly, the rare know-how of the science team in developing the methodologies, the understanding the biological cause and effect here. Of the top 20 scientists in the world on this bacteria, the top ones in the UK are pretty much all on our payroll or about to join. The market for this is huge. Fertilizer is about to be a $200 billion market, and even a conservative penetration of our initial target market, which is rice, it amounts to about $2.5 billion. We see ourselves more as a Microsoft than an Amazon. We're not going to have a sales force walking up the paths of 4 million Thai rice farmers. Our solution is to have in-country partners with an existing distribution capability, and that will give us rapid scalability as well. Where we are right now, our chief scientist, Gary, who'll join me on stage for the difficult questions, he is in the lab currently funded by the greenhouse, so thank you, Naveed. We passed IndieBio's technical due diligence, but turned that down. However, we're also in the second round of Bill Gates' Breakthrough Energy Ventures current fellowship program. We're currently closing a seed round of £750,000, And our cornerstone investor, Zero Carbon Capital, has already committed 350,000 of that. If you would like to still come and join this round, please come and talk to us. Come and talk to us about an opportunity that exists right at the intersection of climate tech, biotech, and ag tech, all really hot topics at the moment. It's a rare opportunity to be involved in something that will have measurable impact on the agriculture sector, on food security, superior returns, and the potential for a global legacy. Thank you.
Okay,
so
Justin.
Gary's
well
our Chief Science Officer and Alan's the COO. They'll do the difficult stuff.
Good stuff. Okay, welcome along. Right, time for questions. Please do get them in on menti.com. And we'll start with one that asks, have you ever considered the implications of changing soil conditions on typical crop rotations?
The solution to nitrogen fertilizer is applicable everywhere. So this bacteria adapts to the plant, so it lives inside the plant, which means it's not directly influenced by the soil media around it.
Okay, any follow-up questions? How easily can you scale the culturing of the bacteria you require?
Very easily. Fermentation is a very scalable technology. It's been around for a very long time. Think of your beer production. This is something that we can expand very quickly.
Just to add on that scaling thing, that the volumes we're talking about in terms of the first year or two are small enough that we could potentially do it here and ship it. But then in the longer term, we'd look to have an in-country manufacturing facility.
Another question is there a concern that using a bacteria medium, you might create bacterial monocultures in farmland?
The size of the agricultural land is huge. Of course, there's opportunity that we can saturate the market, but we will never saturate the whole world with this bacteria. It doesn't survive from one season to the next. It lives within the plant. Once the season's over, the bacteria with the plant is gone.
Okay. Justin, you mentioned Thai rice fields. Why are you planning on deploying this there?
So even I can answer the technical bit of this, that the bacteria has greater efficacy in the presence of water. So that gets you down to water-based crops, of which rice is the big global one. And then that gets you towards Southeast Asia. And then within the Southeast Asian countries, the rice-producing countries, we just looked at strength of institutions, relationships with the UK, where English is a bit more widely spoken. So it wouldn't necessarily have to be Thailand, but Thailand became top of that list for us.
Is the performance the same across different crops, asks one audience member?
That's definitely something that we're interested in too. So we have a crop agnostic bacteria. It's originally isolated from sugarcane. We know that it will colonize plants, all of the different types of crop that we've tried it with, it will colonize them. What we haven't done is been able to measure the effect in all of those, and we'd love to, because it's a big world. There's a lot of environmental impact that this bacteria can have. So with support and with finance, we'll do it all.
How do you place yourselves amongst other competitors worldwide currently?
So maybe I'll give you a quick snapshot, but let Gary comment on the science. The majority of other competitors out there, whether you're talking about the legacy manufacturers of fertilizer or new people with newer biostimulants, generally all the product exists in the soil or at least outside the plant. And the fundamental point of difference here is that this bacteria colonizes the plant itself and lives inside. So there's a huge efficiency gain, quite apart from anything else. There are other people in this space, clearly, but it is a massive market. Not necessarily, let's say we feel we have a clear USP in the space. Do you want to?
Yeah, I'll just put a number on it. So Pivot Bio, they're selling Proven 40. They're claiming a 20% nitrogen substitution, £40 per acre. Our bacteria is reported in the scientific literature have been able to fix 200 kilograms of nitrogen per hectare. For direct comparison to Proven 40's £40, £178 per acre.
Okay, that brings us to time. Thank you very much indeed. Well done.
Thank you.
Okay, that brings us to our next pitch, and it's Amit from Croptimize, who are enabling smarter crop monitoring for better pest management in reducing crop waste. Please welcome Amit.
Pests are making farmers' lives miserable. Some of you might be aware of the challenges that farmers are facing with pest and disease management. Oops. Yep. Oh, sorry. Okay. Okay. Globally, we are losing up to 30% of crop production to pest and disease. In an environment with rising food inflation and challenges in food supply chains, we need more food, less pests. I'd like to invite you to take a guess at how much money do you think farmers in the UK lost last year to pest and disease? Would you say maybe £100 million, £500 million, £900 million? And that's at last year's wholesale prices. For farmers, crop monitoring for pests and disease is like policing an area with increasing crime without the use of CCTV. Croptimize aims to be the CCTV for the farmer by helping police effectively, helping identify which pests there are, when they are present, and where they are. We do this by having eyes on the crime scene or a pest trap. We simply use a smart camera which can recognize pest images with the use of our algorithm and data that we have collected from farms. What this does do is it allows farmers to act faster once you've detected something. For example, in strawberries, pests have a 10 to 14-day growing cycle. If you can apply controls, which are biocontrols or pesticides, much earlier in that growing cycle, then you're going to get much fewer numbers of pests reaching maturity and therefore less reduced crop damage. At the moment, we have a prototype that is at Westlands Farm, monitoring strawberries, and we have plans to run trials with other significant commercial growers, such as cheese growers and Angus farms in Scotland, to start trials in the next few months. Our journey to this point began roughly at the same time last year when Tosif, my technical partner, and I, Amit, met at the Carbon 13 Venture Builder program. Thereafter, we raised pre-seed funding at the start of the year and were fortunate to get a grant from the greenhouse. We are looking to close a further pre-seed round of $250,000 in the next 3 months and have 50% of that already committed. Well, to help us help farmers, we need assistance. We need to talk to more farmers. We would like to engage with agri-tech investors to help us with that stage. And we are also looking for a potential co-founder or first employee with an engineering background and who is interested in working at the intersection of software and computer vision. We have started with monitoring strawberries in farms, and we are hoping that we can play our part in making sure that strawberries and creams continues to flourish at Wimbledon's to come. Thank you.
Well done, and we welcome another member of your team to answer the questions. Please do use menti.com to get those in. And we start with one. Do you have concerns about the environmental risk of increased pesticide usage resulting from your technology?
So our technology is encouraging more precise use of pesticide. And the way we do it is we put these smart camera traps in the farm. And then farmers can see exactly where pests are. So it's more precise use of pesticide that we enable through our product. And The number of devices they can put in a farm can vary depending on the crop type. So if it's a strawberry crop, which is a high-value crop, they can put more devices, and that way they know exactly in which segment of the farm there are more pests, and they can then use more precise pesticide. At the moment, they use more blanket kind of mechanisms, so spraying the whole farm if they see pest, and we enable more precise pesticide.
Follow-up question, is this just for greenhouses, open fields, or both?
So at the moment, we are focused on greenhouses, glass houses, and that's because it's more controlled environment. So it's not raining there or it's not windy, so it's more easy to build hardware for indoor environment. But the technology, the core technology, the algorithms that we build, it can be used outside in open farms as well.
And how are you training your image recognition?
So we collect data from farms, and the data is looking at the pest images. We gather data from NIAB, National Institute for Agriculture and Botany. So they got data sets that we can use. And also we deployed a trial there, so a camera that's collecting data every day. And the data is coming into our ML algorithms that we train, and then we can identify pests in a new environment as well.
A question asks, an audience member asks, how profitable can your business be?
Well, I think, there are businesses out there, similar businesses, for example, Centrop, which are renting out their sensors and collecting information on, and they're charging about 15 to 20 pounds per month per sensor device. So if you were to just replicate that, then we'll be looking at 20 to 40 pounds for sort of computer vision and pest monitoring per month.
Okay. What would be the return on investment for the farmers?
It's more precise use of pesticide that we enable. And at the moment, there's use lots of pesticide in the farm. When they see pest in one region in the farm, they will simply blanket spray the whole farm with pesticides. So there is a lot of gain in terms of how much pesticide they can use with our technology.
Brilliant. Final question, instead of pesticides, have you thought of other tech, for example, high-pitched sound?
High-pitched sound to use, yeah, so there are, I've heard definitely about using sound to sort of separate pests, but I think it's easier, well, we can collect data visually, and farmers are already using these pest traps, and they're already monitoring them physically using agronomists, etc. So we're just automating that process, so it's much easier what we're doing.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. That brings us to time. Thank you for some great questions there too. I'd now like to invite Philip, who is the CEO of Co2Co, who are addressing climate change with atmospheric carbon dioxide removal using microalgae and converting it to biochar. Please welcome Philip.
This is the place that we call home. Isn't it beautiful? However, since the Industrial Revolution, our planet has already warmed more than 1.1 degrees centigrade. And even if all of the commitments made by corporates and governments are fulfilled, we are still on a pathway to 2.8 degrees by the end of this century. So, what is the team at Co2Co going to do about it? We're going to remove from the atmosphere the main greenhouse gas that contributes to global warming, namely carbon dioxide. But the question is, how do we do it? We grow microalgae in large outdoor dedicated ponds. Microalgae naturally absorbs atmospheric carbon dioxide. And then we convert it into biochar, a solid and stable form of carbon. Essentially what we do is we combine what nature does best with technologies tried and tested. At scale, with a portfolio of projects, we estimate being able to remove up to 1 gigaton of carbon dioxide each year. So there already exists a spectrum of approaches to removing carbon dioxide. For example, simply planting trees. Or, at the other end of the spectrum, are chemical-led industrial processes. The Cohort solution is significantly cheaper than the technology-based and significantly more effective and durable than the nature-based solutions. The market that we operate in is the voluntary carbon market, which is forecast to reach $50 billion by 2050. And into that market, we deliver carbon offsets at less than $100 per ton of CO2 equivalent, whilst also returning material robust returns to project investors. Beyond carbon offsets, we'll be delivering our biochar to the agricultural sector, where biochar is proven as an effective soil conditioner. It reduces the amount of artificial fertilizer, artificial pesticides, and also reduces the amount of scarce irrigation waters. Additional revenue options are also in the road building and the construction industry. We're progressing along a number of fronts. For example, our concept model and our techno-economic model has been independently audited by the Energy and Byproducts Research Institute. They confirmed all our assumptions around biology, engineering, and science. We've also grown, harvested, and processed and analyzed our own microalgae. And we've just 2 weeks ago received some public funds to extend that work at Sheffield University. 2 months ago, we completed our first field trials overseas, and we're in active conversations now to secure our project demonstration site. Next year is going to be extremely busy, and we need help. We need up to £1 million over the course of the next 3 years. We also need to extend our networks into governments and corporates. And we also need to add to the bench strength of the core Cohort team. So today, our team comprises of leading academics and seasoned business professionals. Tony is a serial entrepreneur. Jason is an expert in sustainable process engineering. Mark is an international expert on the carbon molecule. My colleague Sarmad is an infrastructure finance professional. And my name is Philip. I am the CEO of Cohort, and I bring international engineering and operations experience. So, if you'd like to join us in the fight against climate change and remove from the atmosphere large volumes of carbon dioxide, then we'd love to talk to you. Thank you.
Very well done, and we welcome another member of your team to take questions now. So questions on menti.com, and we start with one. What is your rate of CO2 sequestration per unit area of pond? That's a mouthful for you.
Yes, it is. I don't have that metric in my head, but certainly from a productivity perspective, what we're assuming is 50 kilograms per hectare per annum. That is the productivity assumption that we have with our facilities.
If anyone wants further detail on that, you will be obviously here.
Indeed.
In more detail. Can the solution target direct carbon capture from industry processes, or can it only target atmospheric carbon?
Yeah, we're focusing on atmospheric carbon dioxide. But if the options exist to deploy flue gases and use that to sort of deploy that across ponds, then we can look at that as well. Yeah.
How expensive is it to run and maintain the ponds? One audience member asks.
So one of the key aspects of the business model is focused on achieving that sub $100 per ton of CO2 equivalent. And within that is already built in the project returns plus all the capital and the operating costs.
A question about the weather. Does it affect the rate at which your algae fix carbon?
Yeah, in fact, what we're doing is we're focusing on our sites to be based in equatorial regions because we want to sort of enhance the productivity of the growth of the algae. So that is actually one of the factors that we're looking at in terms of how we'll actually grow the algae.
Can an algae pad be located anywhere? Algae pod, rather.
I think I just answered that. But yes, in practice, but I think in terms of trying to make it as economical and efficient as possible, we're looking at specific sites.
Okay. Is there a difference in carbon capture between planting microalgae and normal seaweed?
Yeah, I think microalgae grows a lot quicker than seaweed. Seaweed is a form of algae. It's macroalgae. I think, to be honest, look, we need all the solutions in the world to fight climate change, but our focus is microalgae.
Okay. And another question, how are you planning to scale in terms of CO2 tonnes?
So, go on.
You started.
So the largest concept design that we have is responsible for removing 400,000 tonnes of CO2 per annum.
Yeah, so I think that's the target that we have, but obviously we're going to focus on a demo scale project, pilot scale projects, and then commercial projects, very much focusing on delivering negative emissions carbon offsets that we can commercialize and then get the project returns for our investors.
Okay. How about whether this can be used in fish farms?
That's a really interesting question because there are a lot of synergies in fish farms for a number of different reasons. One is fish naturally consume microalgae anyway. Also, fish produce a lot of the wastes that would be a very useful input to actually growing large quantities of microalgae. So fish farms and shrimp farms, there is a lot of synergies there, for sure.
Okay, so an interesting one to look at for the future, perhaps. Thank you very much indeed. That brings us to time. Well done.
Thank you.
And thank you again for a brilliant range of questions. That brings us on to our next pitch, which is delivered by Alex from Hydrohammer, who are developing zero-carbon smart pumps to make the water sector smarter, cheaper and greener. Please welcome Alex.
Hello, I'm Alexander, and this is my brother Tom. And we want to talk to you about decarbonising the water sector. 10% of global CO2 emissions come from the water sector. Society needs greater water management, but the diesel and electric-powered water pumps we currently use are responsible for emitting hundreds of millions of tonnes of carbon into the atmosphere every year. The world's first zero-carbon water pump, the Hydram, was invented over 200 years ago. The Hydram operates by harvesting the energy of flowing water and using it to power itself. This means that the pump consumes no fuel, no electricity, and emits no CO2. And yet, the Hydram is barely used today. We are solving this. Hydrams have two drawbacks. The first, they have always had to be manually controlled. And the second, they're expensive to produce. Hydrohammer has developed two innovations to solve these issues. We've made them smart and we've made them affordable. The HARP is Hydrohammer's bolt-on remote control for the Hydram. The HARP enables these pumps to be integrated for the first time into any smart water network in the world. Expense has been the Hydram's other major issue. Diesel and electric-powered water pumps have low capital costs, but over time, their environmental and financial costs are extremely high. The Hydram has no operating costs, as it uses purely the energy of the water it pumps. But they have always been expensive to produce. We have re-engineered the pump, creating the composite Hydram, which we can produce for under a fifth of the current market cost. This design uses modern manufacturing techniques which enable us to optimize the pump for individual scenarios maximising its efficiency and its applicability. Together, these innovations create the smart hydram, the world's first low-cost, intelligent, zero-carbon water pump. The smart hydram will be used to help drive the water sector towards net zero by expanding intelligent water management without using environmentally damaging water pumps. These hydrams can be used all across the water sector, from providing affordable, smart irrigation to decarbonising urban water networks and even boosting the output of hydroelectric generation. They can also be used to protect the environment by providing intelligent water management for peat bogs, one of nature's most effective methods of carbon capture and storage, and one of the world's most endangered carbon sinks. The global water pump market is valued at over $54 billion US. We aim to capture 2% of that market. The smart hydram has the capacity to change the way we move water, making supply more resilient, more affordable, and more eco-friendly. Hydrohammer is building a network of key players in the water industries. Our products launch in July 2023. If you have experience in water, from agriculture to energy, we want to meet you. Using the power of water itself, we will make the water sector smarter, cheaper, and greener. Thank you.
Very well done, great pitch. Time for questions from the audience now. We start with a question on the percentage of water loss through the hydram vs pumped water. What is it?
That would depend on the rating of the pump. Pumped water shouldn't lose any water. Unfortunately, lose about 30% of mains water to leakage, but that's really down to the pipes, not the pumps. Hydrams strip the energy out of water, so we intend to put water back into the environment, so we're reducing the amount of abstraction that we would require, unlike hydroelectricity, where we don't impound water. That answers.
Brilliant. Next question is, are these pumps applicable in drawing up water from the water table, or does it need running water?
There have been demonstrations of these pumps being used to draw water from aquifers. The height is obviously 10 metres or less, but we're hoping to develop that over the future.
Does a hydram require gravitational energy flowing water to function?
Yes, that's the principle which it relies on.
Short and sweet. Another question asks, are these pumps, rather, how do you extract energy from water?
It's a really good question. So if you've ever been in an old house and you've closed the tap a little bit too quickly and you get that shudder, it's a back pressure wave caused by the momentum of the water moving through the pipe, suddenly having nowhere to go. And it's that creates a pressure wave that we then capture and equalize and push a portion of that water onwards. And if you want any more explanation, we'll get outside.
A question asks, are traditional hydrants still used today?
Yes, but very strictly within remote water supply for domestic use and some agricultural use. But the uptake still isn't high enough. There's actually a government grant in the UK, but it's still not regularly used or the first choice for most people.
One audience member asks about the story behind this. Why did you decide to start working on this in the first place?
We got locked up together during lockdown. So it was digging ditches or digging something else, but we'll...
Productive way to spend lockdown. Is your innovation protected?
Yes, the HARP, the UK patent has been granted. We have an international filing as well, and our other innovations are in the process of being patented.
Any further questions? Yes. Can you string hydrants together for fun? Someone asked.
I do, but I'm not sure if that's a wider. Yes, you can, and you can use them to get. They offer up to about 100 to 200 meters, depending on exactly how they're sited and the height of the water and the gravitational energy you've got going into them. But that's so you can both in series and in parallel. You can string them together.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Well done.
Thank you.
That brings us to our final innovator today, Alyssa, founder of Radiant Matter, who is developing the next generation of sustainable colour and material solutions inspired by nature's ingenuity. Please welcome Alyssa.
Hi. Okay. When you go outside, you will notice plastic sequins shimmering everywhere. British women purchase 33 million sequined garments every festive season. And about 1/4 of these end up in landfill just after about 5 wears. This amounts to around 1.6 billion sequined garments that are thrown to landfills globally in one festive season. The world needs a biodegradable and plastic-free sequin. And this is what we have managed to create. I'm the founder of Radiant Matter. My name is Alyssa Branato, I should say that. At Radiant Matter, we are developing solutions, and nature is our guide. What all these have in common is structural colour. This means that the material's inherent structure is able to refract light to create what we perceive as colour and sparkle. This is what we do with our materials, but we use wood, which is renewable and harnesses carbon. Our sequins are biodegradable, they're non-toxic, they're colour fast, and just like the insects and beetles you saw earlier, our sequins don't require any dyes, pigments, metals, or minerals to create that colour and sparkle. We use structural colour. So to go back to my point earlier, 1.6 billion sequined garments are thrown to landfills globally every festive season. That amounts to around, if fashion was to adopt our biosequins, we would be able to cut carbon emissions by 260,000 tonnes per festive season. The team that's behind this works in sustainability, material science, structural colour, cellulose engineering, and optics. This year, we were awarded £120,000. We also did a small production run of around 30,000 sequins. We just filed our patent, and we've also just been awarded a Eurostars grant by the ERDF. Our sequins also won a Mills Fabrica Textile Prize and an Louis Vuitton Sustainability Award. We have global traction. We've had interest from over 300 brands, manufacturers, and retailers, and we are now in active conversations with many of those. We have also completed 2 collaborations in creating 2 accessories, and we've now partnered with a leading fashion brand in sustainability, and we've got a small collection launching with them in 2023. So the women's party wear sequin market is valued at $12.3 billion globally. And we are selling B2B, and we plan to address that market first by addressing the haute couture and luxury market, mainly because of our price point being higher to start with. As we scale, we will then be able to address high street retailers and the mass market. We also have a huge potential for our material in automotive, in packaging, in further textile applications, and also cosmetics. We have had leading companies in these markets reach out to us, and they're now forming part of our scaling strategy. We are also planning to raise a pre-seed round at the start of 2023, and this will be to help us complete our production with committed brands, and then also to be able to address these markets. Radiant Matter is the next generation of colourful, vibrant materials. And it'll be wonderful to speak with you after this.
Very well done to you, Alyssa. Please do get your questions in. One has already come in asking, can you make different colours?
Yes. Colour is not the limit, so we can actually, and we're not so concerned about what colours we can make because we know that there's no limit to that. It's just about changing the structure, and yeah.
How much of the raw wood you use ends up in the sequins? Is there any waste biomass?
How much raw wood? We haven't measured it from raw wood yet. We use wood at the moment that we can currently buy in a form that we can already use, and that we can utilise almost all of it. I don't have exact measurements on if there's a bit that goes to waste, but no. Yeah.
How about whether the product can decompose naturally?
So at the moment, it's actually quite compostable, and we're doing R&D right now to match the longevity required by industry to the way that it will decompose at the end of life. So that will change a bit from it being compostable to being something that's biodegradable, and we're looking for that to be in fresh water, salt water, and soil, because that's where these particles end up leaking out.
A question about cost. Is it much more expensive than existing processes?
It is more expensive at the moment, and we're learning how to make that, how to reduce that price in our R&D right now, and we're learning new things about that every day. We do have also a waste-free process. So current sequin punching process produces about 33% wastage, which is a huge amount of material that has no viable after-use. And we have a process that eliminates that waste. And we have a pilot machine that's able to produce our sequins, and we're developing that at a slightly bigger scale with an RTO starting January, and then we'll have a bit more data. And we're also looking with our R&D at the moment. We hope by June next year we'll be able to confirm if we can have a sheet material that can go into existing manufacturing processes.
An audience member asks about the texture of the material. Would it be comfortable to wear?
Yes, it's actually also a lot lighter. So that's actually more pleasant to wear. If you've ever worn a sequin dress, they can be heavy. I've heard that the sound is nicer from some people. They don't have like a cheap tingling sound. Also, and the fact that they're lighter, it's also much better for shipping the garments around for brands.
How many washes do your sequins last for?
Yeah, that's what we're currently testing at the moment. So you can come back to me in a couple of months.
Watch this space.
Yeah.
How about the interest you've had from high street brands in your product?
We've had a few really major high street retailers contact us. A lot of actually all of the interest that we've had so far has been organic. I haven't had to reach out to anyone about this. And so that's been really great. They've just sort of heard word of mouth. There's nothing else that is on offer in the market right now, so they're quite desperate for solutions. And so we're just now trying to fit them into where they would fit in our scaling strategy, and working with, understanding what their needs are and their quantities and their colours, all these sorts of things, price points, and then that's sort of what we're going to aim towards working with these bigger retailers.
We've talked about your product being used for clothing, but how about Christmas decorations?
Yes. But there's so many applications it can be used for. I mean, we can even make glitter out of it. But yeah, a lot more to come in that space. It won't just be sequins.
Thank you very much. Well done.
Thank you.
Right, that brings our pitches to a close this afternoon. I'm going to give you just a couple of minutes before we move on to score the teams you've seen so far. And you can do that at menti.com. It's the final time you'll get the chance to score the teams you've just seen. And while you do that, I will just give you a few moments. I'm told that we've found a lost iPhone and an earring. I'm not sure if it's a pair or just one. If you have lost that, perhaps same person or two, please head to reception where they've been handed in. So I'll just give you a few moments to get your scores and then we'll move on. Okay, I'm starting to see heads raising and people looking as they've finished scoring, so thank you very much indeed. While we collate the scores and we wait for them to come in, really pleased to now hand over to Naveed Chowdhury and Richard Templer from Undaunted, who founded the Greenhouse programme. Naveed, over to you.
Hi everyone. So I think Richard and I have been working together for nearly 4 years, but I think it's the first time we're up on a stage together. So this is novel for both of us. Firstly, I think Elisa alluded to this earlier, but just to say thank you to everyone for being here, first of all. Lots of familiar faces. So many who've been here for the first demo day, the second one, and back again today. But lots of new faces as well. So, you know, we love both types of visitor. We want people to come back. You know, hopefully that's a reflection that you've enjoyed the first ones, and I think, you know, those who have been before, you will have seen, you know, every single startup you saw today was different from the startups in cohort 2. They themselves are really different from the startups in cohort 1. And the startups in cohort 4 are very different from the ones in cohort 3. They're already on board, and, you know, hopefully you'll see them around this time next year. And then to our new guests, so, you know, very welcome. You know, what you saw today was very, very typical of the kind of cohorts we have. So lots of variety, lots of ingenuity in the types of solutions that everyone is working on, and ultimately lots of passion. So, you know, it was referred to earlier by James, you know, the branding and being undaunted in the way we want to move forward. And this was the first cohort that was founded after lockdown in the greenhouse. And when we take cohorts on, we're obviously assessing the startups in their own individual merits and, you know, their own potential and their own ability, but we're really selecting cohorts and groups of entrepreneurs and groups of startups. And that's important because, you know, in the challenge we're facing, they're very, very supportive, very, very encouraging, very, very helpful to each other. And it does take a group of teams, it does take a group of entrepreneurs, and it takes a room of people like this to actually bring them all together. And, you know, we wouldn't be here without the funding that we've had, first of all. And a big thank you again to HSBC, the GLA, and to European Regional Development Fund, who have all been funding the great work that the innovators are doing at the greenhouse, and also the Prince Albert of Monaco Foundation and Slaughter and May, who have been steadfast supporters from the very beginning as well. And, you know, we're getting lots of incomings from people like them, people who are engaging with what the innovators are doing, wanting to support them in their individual capacities, wanting to support them as organizations, and actually help them move forward. So it's a bit of a cliche, but it does actually take a village to actually raise these startups. And we're not precious about, you know, where they are, whether they're just working with us, whether they're working with other innovators, other programs, other accelerators, or they've got mentors from elsewhere as well. So many of you will have, many of the startups you've seen, they've been on other programs, they may be getting support from other universities. They're actually not just from Imperial. You know, there's a number of them linked to Imperial, but we take startups from all over the country. Lots of great ideas, you know, coming out from everywhere as well. And we've got lots of great supporters. So, you know, we work with them day to day. I think I could speak to Richard as well. And, you know, it's a privilege working with them. We get insights and exposure to lots of different things and actually just get to be a part of that journey with them. We've also got a great group of mentors, and these are people who mostly have come to us, you know, people with great experiences in the professional space, really specific expertise in, you know, engineering, in hardware, in marketing, in fundraising, all the different elements that a startup would benefit from. You know, many of them literally just walk in at the Grantham Institute or at the Royal Institution, and we welcome that. You know, you're welcome to walk in, come and see what we do, and actually have a conversation with us. And then, you know, we've got the other startups that are around us, and when we talk about being undaunted, that is all of us moving together as a group and as a village. And you'll hear lots of startups, you know, coming forward in future cohorts. You'll hear about some of the startups that have been going through the program over the last 10 years, and they're all supporting each other, they're all helping each other, and they're all working together to move forward. So we, you know, invite all of you here to come and speak to the innovators, come and speak to us, the team members, after this event. And if you want to join us on the journey, you know, you're very welcome to do so. And if anyone wants to know where that picture was taken, please find me afterwards and I'll give you more.
So, yeah, can I have these? So I hope you'll indulge me. I'll keep it. I hope you'll indulge me. I've been doing this now for over a decade. And this year for me was a particularly special moment because a month ago was the moment when we'd been doing this for 10 years. And yesterday I took the opportunity to try and figure out what it was that everybody who'd been in this program had achieved. And I feel very parental about this, and I make no apologies at all. Every one of the startups, the 150 of them, actually more than 150, that have been with us are my children. And as you will have seen today, they're remarkably mature children, but they still got a long way to go. You have to be undaunted, because to get from what you saw today to a business that's actually doing stuff takes a lot of persistence, a lot of creativity, a lot of organizational skills, marketing, diplomacy, the list is endless. Anyway, of those 150 plus startups that have come in, 68% of them have raised money and are still trading. And that, for those of you who may be geeks and like accelerator stats, that's world leading. That's as good as anywhere in Silicon Valley or anywhere else. So I'm incredibly proud of the startups for having been that bloody good. They've also been incredible because in that 10 years, as far as we can tell from our estimates, they have raised over $1 billion in those 10 years. Counting the number of jobs is even more difficult, but we believe it's well over 1,500 jobs that have been created. This is real. This is not a sort of an aspirational thing anymore. After 10 years, this is solid stuff. And you can see on the map, what the heck is that map? That map was me playing around yesterday morning, plotting up where all of our startups are and where they are deploying their projects, where they're going on. So we're all over the world. The only place we seem to be missing out on is a major continent is Australia. We're everywhere. So that means that London, we talked earlier on about London and its role. London is an amazing ecosystem for many things, but especially for the climate innovators of this world, because things are getting born in London, but now they're working all across the world. And I think that London should be proud of the fact that it enables that. It's a soft power, but it's incredibly powerful. Well, that was like the helicopter view, and it makes me feel a little warm glow, I have to admit, to feel that all those undaunted companies have gone and achieved so much. But I thought I would like to also look at this year and just pick out highlights, and that have to be highlights because the achievements have been so enormous. And I'm looking, by the way, at everything, not just the group that you saw today. They've already spoken about themselves. But some of these companies are ones that joined us way back in 2012, 2013. So let me just go through these. Grow Up. They create controlled environment vertical farms. They raised £100 million this year. They topped out the building in Kent in July, and they're fitting out now, and they will be producing food that will be in a supermarket, I hope near you, very soon. Origin make carbon negative lime. So they're part of that atmospheric carbon dioxide removal game. I hope we had foresight. We started with Origin in 2012, 2013. They have now opened up their kiln in Lincolnshire. So they will be producing carbon negative lime in 2023. Libertine are a wonderful company. They make smart linear motors. I mean, really, you know, when you watch these things working, it's incredible. Why is that important? It's important for people who are driving trucks to make the engines more efficient, because you're going to have to continue to burn fuel to really shift large loads around the country. They floated successfully on AIM. How more real can it get? Well, Argentum, which had a different name when it started with us, they do, as James knows, because he was on the board, they've created an index for looking at the stock exchange and seeing who's actually doing a good climate job. So you can put your money where your moral mouth is. They were acquired by Intercontinental Exchange, an American company, this year. Then we've got H2Go Power. They've created ways of storing hydrogen very efficiently and being able to release it very effectively. They're now part of, I think it's a 4.5 million green hydrogen project in Orkney. Climate Edge have been very, very subterranean, right? They've been doing stuff without much noise, but they've got 500,000 customers. What they do is they connect smallholding farmers in Africa, actually in 3 countries in Africa, to markets, to companies that are wanting to buy or are wanting to help. And so there's, from my perspective, what they do is effectively an adaptation technology, adapting to climate change. And then we've got Truck Labs, which is going to be of interest to at least 2 members of this audience. One of the founders is here. Truck Labs have now reporting how much CO2 they've saved. So they've saved, I think this was this year, 35,000 tons of CO2. They make fairings to go on those big American monster trucks to stop the turbulence around the front of the trucks. So there's real stuff here. And maybe one of the things that some of you, if you have your energy from Octopus Energy, are aware of is Krakenflex. Krakenflex came out of a startup that actually was created in one of our hackathons and then entered the accelerator called Upside Energy, then became Krakenflex. What they do is they enable individuals like us to engage in shifting the time at which you use energy in order to enable renewable energy grids to happen. They are now this, I don't know how many different companies are buying their software, but tons of them are. And in fact, this year, I think in around February, if you're an Octopus customer, you could actually use their software in order to earn money for not using electricity. And then there's been lots of prizes. I put one up here, that's Ceratec. I've done it because they make a carbon neutral cement. And, and it's gone already. They make a carbon neutral cement, and they were given an architecture award. The Nobel Prize is an architecture award for the sustainability of their cement, and it's gone back now, which has kind of taken the wind out of my sails, Rodrigo, because there have been many prizes, by the way, and lots of deals have been made, innumerable ones amongst our companies. I was talking with Naveed just before this and saying, crikey, this is, you know, it starts off in a schoolroom, in the greenhouse, I should say. It starts off in the greenhouse, and it's young, but now there are companies that are real. They got, you know, several hundred employees. They got big markets. They're making deals. So this is all real stuff, and sometimes that gets recognized. And it was a wonderful year already. Okay, so I thought it can't get any better than this. But as many of you will know, it actually happened on Friday, but it was on television on Sunday. The Earthshot Prize winners were announced, and one of those was Notpla. And Notpla were with us 2013, I think, wasn't it? 2014, okay. 2014, and they'd done miraculous things, and we're very lucky to have Rodrigo, one of the 2 founders of Notpla, here. And I'm going to invite Rodrigo to come down and give us a little bit of insight into what happened.
Thank you, Richard. Congratulations for all your kits, especially the ones of this cohort. They look amazing. Congratulations to everyone. Yeah, this is a bit where we started. We started in a kitchen in Imperial College, just packaging products and having this crazy idea of like, okay, let's see if we can make edible packaging or edible water. And out of this, we pitched to be part of this amazing program. And yeah, we were here back in 2015. So this is the back then. Bill was the guy who gave us the award. He became one of our advisors and first investors as well. And we were much earlier than probably any one of you back here. We were just students in Imperial. We have not raised anything. It took us 3 years to raise our first bid, and it was through crowdfunding. So I think all of you are probably way ahead of where we were ourselves. And we didn't win all the prizes, so you can see there my face of disappointment a few years later after losing what at that point was a big check. Now I got revenge, but yeah, I think thanks to that we were able to put as well, thanks to the support, we were able to put a group of chemists in Imperial College to help us move a bit the technology, and we had been doing these collaborations since then. So every year, 150 students from chemistry, first lab project, they work together with us in a real problem and real challenge, and yeah, sometimes the results, they're a bit all over the place, but like it's still kind of like really wonderful, kind of like to be able to collaborate with this institution. Now we have been going through quite a lot of journey and going to flip some of those things. We have been investing in our own seaweed farms in Wales. We have been doing things like the London Marathon. We have vending machines in different places in London, working with different global brands, making different products for different type of applications, working now things on the millions, so now we are making all the products as well. They ask us as well to talk about what are the main challenges that we have. Some of the main challenges that we are facing, and probably everyone will face, is how to scale up technologies. It's difficult to go from one lab in a kitchen to have impacts in the millions. So this is at the moment some of the operations that we work at the moment. This is how we make our boxes. So it's a big operation where we get seaweed, we extract from that seaweed the main hydrocolloid, and then we coat it into paper intends to avoid plastic. So this is running now this is a waterfall of seaweed and goes at 150 meters per minute, so it's quite fast. And then with that, we are able to make takeaway packaging. So in this case, it's cardboard boxes that we distribute on different countries. Our main market now is not in London, it's in Germany. So it's good to see that happening. But we are still kind of like do quite a lot of things in London. I think what is on the video, it was one of the latest runs that we did for Wembley Stadium during the UEFA Women's Champions League that I think England won, which it was quite good. So we delivered on that. It was the only packaging that was used in the stadium that day, which is really good. And yeah, we have been doing quite a lot of new things as well, like trying to integrate more into existing supply chains is another of the challenges that probably quite a lot of people will face. So we are starting to do quite a lot of things, trying to add something else as well, that not only sustainability, but like trying to make some consumer delight in the things that we do, and not only making packaging disappear, but like making it with a bit of a flavor or with a taste on it. And yeah, we're making quite a lot of different things. We like to have kits as well in our own company. So I suppose the generation kind of like expands. So now we're making paper out of seaweed. This is something quite new for us, and we're making hard materials that we can injection mold as well. And I suppose that what I'm more proud is the team. So this is only now half of the team. So we have now over 76 people on the NotPla team, kind of like all working towards the same mission, and it's really wonderful and we are extremely grateful of the program to provide this opportunity that no one else gave us back then. So thanks a lot.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to invite to the stage now the award presenters. Rodrigo will be awarding third place. Stay with us. But to say a few words before we move on, please welcome the presenter of the second place award, Sir Richard Catlow, Chair of the Royal Institution. Sir Richard, welcome to say a few words. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, and what a really wonderful afternoon. And I'd like to say how pleased we are that the Royal Institution could host this fantastically exciting event. And to really emphasise that the institution is very strongly committed to the Undaunted initiative and to our partnership with Imperial College. Having listened to James' speech, I realise what a good title Undaunted is. And I feel justified, after having listened to James, in my optimism that humanity will indeed rise to the challenge of climate change. But if it's going to do so, it will need innovation of the type we've heard this afternoon. We've heard so much, I'm not going to try and summarise, but we've heard exciting ideas relating to achieving circularity, exciting ideas relating to the construction and buildings industry, to defossilising chemicals industry, one thing I know is a very major challenge, to low carbon nitrogen fixation, to exploiting biotechnology and AI, and also to something that had never occurred to me before about decarbonising the fashion industry. So really very, very, very exciting ideas. I'd just like to conclude by thanking everyone who's made this possible. Thanking first, of course, the very generous support we've received from the GLA and the strong support that is being given by HSBC to this initiative. But again, thank you for everyone who's made this possible, all who have spoken here, all who have pitched, told us about your exciting ideas, everyone who's asked questions. Those made it possible, those who organised the event. But thank you all for attending this really exciting event. Thank you.
If I could ask you just to stay up here for a moment. If I could ask you just to stay here for just a moment's time, that'd be brilliant. We will be almost announcing the winners. If I can ask you both just to stay here. Before we do, presenting the first place award, I'm really pleased to say the Head of Sustainability at HSBC UK, who I would now like to welcome to say a few words. Please welcome Michaela Wright.
It will be just a few words. This is the third award ceremony I've been to, or the first showcase, and I'm one of those, what somebody described, overworked head of sustainability, where all the focus is on sustainability right now. And I always leave feeling really optimistic, as Sir Richard said. And that has happened again today, and not just, listening to Nopla, listening to all your ideas. I'm thinking, we have a chance. And I always like to use Christina Figueres' words around stubborn optimism, and I just really encourage you all to keep doing that and keep pursuing your ideas, and hopefully we have a few more shot prize winners out there as well. So thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to presenting the prize. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm really pleased to say that brings us on to announcing your vote winners, and many thanks for getting those votes in. Firstly, just to say a huge well done to all of the teams pitching today. It's not easy to do, and I think you'll all agree with me, they've done it absolutely brilliantly. Time now, though, to announce the winners based on the audience votes, and we'll start with Rodrigo presenting the third place award. I'll ask all of the teams announced over the course of the next three awards to come up, have a photo taken, and just stay here on the stage for a moment's time. Okay, if we're ready to go. So in third place for the audience votes, please put your hands together and welcome Net Zero Nitrogen. Well done. Who are making their way down from the very top of the building. So keep that applause going. They're going to run down as quickly as possible. Give them real impetus to make it quickly as possible. Should have perhaps thought this one through and told people to stay downstairs. Keep the claps going, please. They'll be here any moment. And there we go. I can ask you all just to pause for a moment for a photo. Brilliant, thank you very much indeed. And if you would just stay here and not go all the way back upstairs for now, that'd be brilliant. Thank you very much. Right, presenting the second place awards to Richard Catlow. And we would like to welcome, there we go, a bigger award. In second place, based on the audience votes, many thanks to you all for doing that. Please welcome Sages. Congratulations. Once again, they are all the way upstairs, so please do keep that applause going as Sages, Emily and Alice join us down here. Well done. And if I could ask you again just to pause for a photo to be taken. Well done. And again, if I could ask you just to hang on and not go back upstairs for just a moment. That brings us to first place and HSBC UK's Head of Sustainability, Michaela Wright, with this award, and even bigger plants. The first place, thanks to the audience votes this afternoon, goes to Bayer Xerox. Well done. Congratulations again, if I could ask you just to pause for a photo. And just a final one, if we could ask all of the winning teams to come together for a photo, just very quickly, if you wouldn't mind. Thank you very much indeed. Congratulations to you all. Huge congratulations. Thank you very much indeed. If you would like to take your seats again, thank you very much. Well done. Congratulations. Well done. Congratulations. So huge congratulations to all of the teams. Really, really appreciate you all taking part and delivering such brilliant pitches. Actually, all of the pitches you heard today have been fantastic. Before you leave, please do pledge your support via Mentimeter for any of the teams that caught your attention, your interest. The form is now available via Mentimeter, and actually it will continue to be available throughout the rest of this week. So if you don't manage to do that tonight, you've still got a little bit of time to do it. Just head to the QR code on screen now. You can use menti.com, and once again, that code is 21375366. Now, you are all invited to join us, to join all of the teams for drinks and nibbles. We'll be in the beautiful library and Georgian rooms here of the RI. The startups will all have tables, standing tables allocated, so hopefully you should be able to find them pretty easily. If you can't, Naveed will be doing the rounds and you can ask him. He'll be able to point you in the right direction along with the rest of the team. That just leaves me to say thank you very much indeed for being here, and thank you for being such good sports and taking part in all of the voting and for asking such brilliant questions. Please do stick around to connect with all of the startups and have a brilliant evening. Thank you very much indeed.